Speed, skills, accuracy, brilliance. The 2026 WSCC features some of the best, fastest, and most exciting chess you'll see all year. 16 of the world's top women chess players are pitted against each other in a no-holds-barred, single-elimination bracket. World Championships, Speed Chess Championships, it doesn't matter. Zhu Wenjun and Hou Yifan are the pinnacle of the sport. Kostenyuk, Lagno, and Muzichuk are speed demons, racking up world championships in Blitz and rapid tournaments all over the world.
Whoa!
While Bibisara, Vaishali, and Divya bring the heat every time they're over a chessboard. Can they finally dethrone the reigning queen? But don't sleep. Don't blink at the young guns in this field either. Lee, Atwell, and Khamdamova are on the precipice of greatness. The 8th WSCC. The chess will be astounding. You don't want to miss this.
Hello and welcome, and it's the third day of the round of 16 in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. So far, it has been a masterclass in high speed, intensity, and pure entertainment. Are you ready? Well, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm certainly ready. And joining me today is the wonderfully brilliant International Master Anna Rudolph. And I gotta start off by saying, Anna, I love the new hair color.
Thank you so much, Joey. Always very generous with your words and the introduction. And I thought, how hilarious. I asked my hairdresser a couple of weeks ago to change my hair color. Like, why not? You know, middle life crisis. But now that I'm hosting with you, and the third host, of course, is none other than Judith Polgar. And I guess that we can say that the three of us are redheads. So yeah, I'm joining the club.
Exactly. We are matching the fire of the fireworks on the board. I absolutely love it, Anna. And are you pumped for this one? Because I certainly am.
I'm so excited. This is the top chess event of the world for the best chess players, the best female players competing online in Blitz and Bullet with this incredibly tough single elimination bracket where every day one player will advance to the next stage and every day someone will have to say goodbye to the tournament. And when it comes to the time control as well and how we got here, Jovi, there's so much to talk about in this bracket.
Absolutely. As we saw on our screens, 45 minutes of 5+1, followed by half an hour of 3+1. And then it is going to be decided in a bullet. Well, we already have 4 quarterfinalists determined. We even have a one match set up beautifully. It is Zhu Wenjun against Alice Lee. Alice qualifying in one of the most insane matches I have seen against Alexandra Kostenyuk. It was absolute cinema. But today we are going to work down because it is there, right there at the bottom of our screens where you can see who will be emerging into the quarterfinals today. We're going to begin with Divya Deshmukh against Rose Atwell. And as always, it's a double bill. So we'll also have another match ensuing. That will be between Bibisara Assaubayeva, the speed queen herself, and we also have Afruza Khamdamova. So, but in the meantime, we got to deal with the match in front of us. And look at Divya Deshmukh. She's one of the most confident players around. She won the World Cup last year. And Anna, we were just scooting about on her Chess.com page and take a look at that flair. And I do believe you are the inventor of that one. Prove them wrong. What an absolute icon. Anna, what do you make of it?
I love it. I love that. I saw her profile picture being proved them wrong, and that's just so Divya. Like she's so confident and she's such a strong player. But I was shocked when I saw myself next to her name and my little icon there is her Chess.com flair. So I hope I bring good luck to Divya. It's going to be hard for me to not be biased now that I see that she's on my team.
Exactly. Maybe this was her strategy. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more, say no more. Get us on her side. Because the more people you have cheering for you, I swear it's a scientific thing, the more good vibes you feel. And we also see 17-year-old Rose Atwell. She's an FM, but soon to be international master. That just is awaiting that stamp of approval from the FIDE Commission. And as we say, the international master title is in the post, right?
It is in the post. She has 4 international master norms, and she has played in so many of Chess.com's events. Actually, when we compare her Blitz and Bullet rating to Divya's, Rose's rating is slightly higher than Divya's when it comes to Chess.com Blitz and Bullet. So definitely, we cannot write her chances off at all. She has won the top female prize several times in Chess.com events, such as the Title Tuesday events. I believe she even played in the most recent ones as a practice for the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and she's ready to take on Divya Deshmukh, who is the favorite in this match as the World Cup winner, as the Olympic gold medalist from the team of India, rising star of India. But Rose definitely will have her chances too in online chess. I would predict a close match, Jovi.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that this one is very unpredictable. Divya Deshmukh, I remember last year she exploded into the WSEC with a stunning victory over Lei Ting-jae. She won that one 10-3, and then she got knocked out by Zhu Wenjun. But if Rose Atwell, I mean, she's just 17 and you must not underestimate her. She's even defeated Hikaru Nakamura in Freestyle Friday. She is homeschooled. She studies chess 5 to 6 hours per day. She's extremely disciplined, and I can see on her face she is highly motivated as well.
She certainly is. She's getting into the zone, and I think Divya is doing the same, but very different strategies on what does it mean for them to get into the zone. Divya is blasting music, apparently. I wish we could hear her playlist. It must be a banger, but there we go. This is the kickoff of the first game, Divya Deshmukh against Rose Atwell.
Yes, and we see Divya with the white pieces as she goes for the Queen's Gambit exchange variation, but develops the bishop out to f4. And this is an idea which is just to get your pieces kind of out of the game, but you avoid some of the mainline stuff after bishop to g5. It's a very trendy idea. I mean, players were not getting too much with the bishop coming out to g5, so they switched things up. And now the bishop comes out to f5, and after knight e2, you start to harass the bishop. That bishop must have its life made as awkward as possible. So it's a very, very trendy line that we're seeing Divya play. And Divya is also incredibly well prepared. I mean, let's not forget she played the candidates, so she probably has some candidates preparation up her sleeve as we're seeing that bishop being hunted down.
Yeah, definitely. The leftover preparations from a candidates tournament are hugely valuable in any other tournaments that follow the candidates, since it was a somewhat disappointing candidates tournament for Divya, but all the preparation, as you mentioned, Jovi, the players prepare for several months for an event like that. So all the opening ideas you didn't use are now possible to be on the board. Maybe this is one of those, because this is getting already spicy. The black bishop was a huge target of this pawn push. So black stops it by also pushing the h pawn, and now bishop to d3 offering a bishop trade.
Yes. And here we're going to see that who does it benefit having the pawns on h4 and h5, as we're seeing castles being played. Now, will Divya castle the other side? That is a big question. She has paused for thought. I do feel in this type of structure, as black, you need to hesitate a little bit before committing your king to the king side, because castling queenside could suddenly just liven up the game, especially as black has actually advanced their pawn up to h5, which makes the hook, the way to open up the position, that much closer for white.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Divya paused, indeed, not committing to any of the sides at the moment with her king, but maneuvering her knight toward that h-pawn. Because once you get your second knight attacking that pawn as well, black will be forced to push the g-pawn in order to not lose it, and that will further weaken the black king. This is going to be really exciting to see whether Divya will castle eventually kingside or queenside. For now, she's keeping both options open. Now it would be very not recommendable to jump to f4 with the knight because of the pin, losing the knight. So this is the moment when she chooses to castle kingside.
And so definitely a safer choice, but what I'm seeing here is that the knight is still going to jump to f4 and post itself on a good circuit. From where I think actually what I'm going to suggest is what you want to do is just leave that knight on f4 just to kind of hold up the king side, and then you get on with the plan of going on the minority b4, b5, start to create a pawn weakness that you can target there.
How would you prepare that attack? So this is what we call in chess the minority attack, when there's 3 pawns here on the queen side for white and 4 pawns on the queen side for black. But it is white who is actually in the future likely will try to attack with the less pawns against this mass of 4 pawns. But you have several ways to prepare the push. You can prepare it with the pawn. You can bring a rook to the b file. What would you say would be a good way? And also, I wanted to ask you, Joey, what do you think about the g3 knight, and what's the future for that knight?
Yeah, I was also thinking about that same issue as well. I can tell you there's one little trick on the board, that if you move the knight away from f6, you can go knight f takes h pawn, because then we have a fork. But maybe we're going to be seeing that idea actually right now as Divya is playing for those tricks, right? You can even... He's threatening to take, right? It's a bit sneaky.
Very sneaky. At the same time, a move like this, bringing the queen back to where it comes from, and now the rooks are less likely to be able to go to the squares where they want to. But I guess even if it's an obvious threat, she's trying to sacrifice here. She still might want to just bring the queen to f3, and then the rooks are free again to go wherever they want to. So there we have it. Rose stepped out of the trick. There was no sacrifices anymore, but the queen here is still pretty annoying.
Yes, I'm liking that queen going, but at the same time, I do feel like it's not entirely clear what the white plan is, because then something that you mentioned earlier, Anna, this knight on g3. Now, one of the things I'm a little bit reluctant to suggest is if you move that knight from g3, the black knight was going to jump to e4. So now a threat, there are some squares available. So I actually really like the way that Divya has handled this. It's a little bit unconventional, going backwards in order to go forwards, but it is making some big improvements.
Yeah, and she's completely not caring about what we were saying about, white often goes for this so-called minority attack on the queen side. No, she's trying to create further attack and further threats on the king side by maneuvering her knight toward the g5 square. That could be now a move, or she can wait with that. I wonder if she'll follow up with this, because I guess it is nice to have the knight on g5, but still, black's position is so solid. The structure is very solid. There's so many defenders around the black king that it's hard to imagine that the attack can be that powerful.
Yeah. One thing that was making me uncomfortable, though, is this queen on f3. I have been singing its praises, but at the same time, I don't really see anything else. So I was wondering whether my chicken instincts to go queen f4 was a good idea. Take it into an endgame now that knight is on g4. That's still a possibility, as Divya plays a rather mysterious rook to d1. Perhaps she has ideas of going e4 and breaking out into the center. And yeah, that's also something that asks questions.
Honestly, things will get spicy if she's able to push the central pawn in the right moment. So that the idea with the rook on d1, that it will be supporting that central pawn once the d file opens up, and hell will let loose if suddenly the position opens up and this king will be the target. She's going for it. She's pushing the pawn. The computer doesn't agree. It says it's slightly better for black, but in a blitz game, I think this is very, very tough from black's perspective too, because you need to be very careful with those knight jumps.
Exactly. And it also requires a lot of accurate calculation, right? Because we can all see that rook takes rook, knight takes rook.
And you see that the rook trade was a mistake. Double
Oh,
question,
no.
not knight g5, not taking the rook back, but the knight g5 check immediately played by Divya. And there's a huge difference now. This pawn is no longer protected by the rook. You said it, Jovi. You said it that queen is so annoying here. And now, with a rook sacrifice, Divya Deshmukh will be winning the black queen.
Oh,
That was so
a
tricky.
nasty. That was such a nasty trick that Divya just pulled out. Knight to g5, the intermediate move, and now she picks up the queen, and Rose doesn't have anything here because at the end of the day, you trade off rooks and you block that potential checkmating attack with knight to f1. In fact, you don't even need to trade off rooks. Divya's not even allowing that. Queen f7
No.
in the air.
Oh, goodness me. It looked like it was just an offer to trade rooks, but Divya never actually wanted to take the rook back on e4. She was always going for this knight check and the f7 pawn that was now unprotected. Rose simply missed that idea. And the first game is won by Divya. This is 1-0 so far in Blitz.
And Divya starting the match with a banger as she finds that really creative attacking idea. Now Rose is playing white, and we're seeing a French defense on our boards. It does cause Rose to pause and react with the exchange variation. Not the most aggressive option by white, but it's a nice positional approach as we're seeing the bishop come out c4. The pressure is on the center. And I'm just going to pull up the database. And Anna, I suddenly just realized that you see the games on the Chess.com database. Like you see the openings, how many games have been a certain move. You also see the Chessable courses. Isn't that cool?
It is really cool. Yeah, I'm looking at the list. There's so many amazing courses on these variations as well. And the players know this line so well. So the moves are coming in real quick. We don't even have time to address that there was a hanging piece here, a hanging piece there. The pawn structure is crazy. Like, look at these 4 pawns. Absolutely. Like how do you even do this? But it's line. It's a theory. It's a theoretical position. It's all studied by both players. And I'm curious who will be more up to date in their analysis.
Yeah. I'm also curious whether Divya will be taking the example of Ju Wenjun and try to go for the bishop pair, whether that is her strategy in this match. But here I'm seeing that the main move is bishop to d5. That's exactly what's been played. You just hunt down the pawn on c6. And knight takes c4 is also the main continuation.
And you see Rose focusing, trying to recall what's the continuation here, because they have already played 12 moves without a single second of a thought. This is all their preparation, their home analysis, and it's still the main line that they're following. After the capture on c6, the most common move is to take the bishop first with a check before moving the queen away, and that's exactly what's happening. So it is, as you said, Jovi, a lot of pieces being traded, and here queen to g4 and queen to f4 are the 2 main moves for white. 2 very different strategies, whether you want to go for an endgame or keep the queens on the board.
Yes. And Rose has to bear in mind her opponent, Divya, who likes these active positions. So whilst it might be tempted to go queen to g4, queen to f4 might be the kind of approach that frustrates Divya, because at the end of the day, you get yourself an endgame where I feel like white has a slight edge, and it's a teeny tiny edge because of the pawn structure on the queen side.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what Rose is considering indeed, to play against the playing style of her opponent. And that's the move indeed. She has just chosen to offer the queen trade. And black can't really deviate from this. So again, the moves are coming in so quickly, but it's a bishop against a knight in an endgame, where now the bishop is targeted. The knight at the same time is guarding the c7 pawn. There's still 3 games for this position in the database. After this check, the king moves here. You could come to the d file with the other rook to pin the knight. I think you're right that Rose is going for this more solid approach, to play against the strength of Divya, to play against what Divya would like to see, a more dynamic, more tactical things here and there. Basically, how the first game was decided, that was trademark Divya. And Rose needs to compose herself and come back from that frustration that she forgot that she can't just go for that rook capture because of her king being so vulnerable.
Yeah. And I also completely agree with you there, as we see both sides just start to mobilize their pieces in the endgame. And it's that eternal question, which one is better, the bishop or the knight? And both sides, I would say, have the issues with pawn structure. But I wasn't sure about putting the bishop on d2, I gotta say. My instinct was to go to e5 and try to centralize it on d4. But we're seeing Rose just make those small improvements. The rook now can switch over to a4. It can easily go over to e4 and start harassing black either way. And Divya is very solid, as the evaluation bar is telling us. No big trouble. But it is white that is going to be pressing.
It is white when it comes to the position, you are right. What I'm slightly worried about is that Rose is using a significantly higher amount of her time. And in Blitz, even a couple of seconds can make a difference. If she will get into time trouble sooner than Divya, things could get tricky. The knight, again, is the most dangerous of pieces in the heat of a time trouble, I would say. Luckily for Rose, this is a very simplified position, an endgame with barely any pieces left. It's going to be now, if Divya trades rooks, it's going to be just the bishop versus the knight. I think a draw is the most likely result, but that wouldn't be a disaster for Rose, because you need to stop the bleeding first. That first game and that blunder that she made, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea what she's doing here, handling the game more in a more solid way to get into the match and then start from the next game on with hopefully more chances.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Anna. I think it's a very good situation to find, to give yourself a very calm, very stable position, get that draw out of the way. And we see a trade of rooks. I actually thought that there would be a lot of dancing with the rooks, maybe rook a4, then back to e4 or something of the kind. But here what we are seeing is a knight versus bishop. And for Rose, the first game definitely is in danger of setting the tone. We've seen that actually in quite a few games where someone's made a big blunder in the opening and hasn't managed to recover, as we've seen the king start advancing. But there's no entry point for the white king as of yet. Well, I say that the king comes, it's just going to go c5. You can't go king a5 because knight c4. Oops. So you'd have to drop the king back. I'm not sure about this pawn advances. I mean, they're on the same square as the bishop. That's what makes me hesitant to praise them, Anna.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's very typical Divya. She wants to make progress. She wants to go forward. She wants to play for a win, no matter what position she has. So she's going for the most straightforward, the most forcing approach. And now what we see is her knight maneuver potentially heading toward b5. Now the blue arrow appears to stop that knight from getting to b5, but the Rose didn't play it. So after knight b5, apparently, Divya's position is very promising. She's going in the opposite direction. She's going toward the king side. It's a slight mistake because now it gives Rose the chance to push that doubled pawn. Again, blue arrow, she has to find the pawn push. Otherwise, black's position is simply better. Not decisive advantage. Well, I was just going to say not decisive advantage, but the computer is brutal. It's just saying that no, black has actually really good winning chances in this endgame.
Yeah, and at first sight, you wouldn't even think that, as the knight is going to centralize itself on d4. And here, Rose is, Anna. I was going to say she's banking on f4, but she can't go f4 because then you go pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, and there's a fork at the end of the day on e2. So, oh dear. She's
a huge problem
pawn.
for white. Yeah, this is it. I think she blundered that idea that she can't go f4 anymore. And we also need to mention that the bishop simply cannot just take the knight on d4 because that will create a passed pawn, a protected passed pawn for black. That would be a winning king and pawn in game. So suddenly it's hugely pointing out the weakness in white's position, those doubled F pawns, and one pawn is about to drop. This is a good attempt to try to stop Divya from capturing the pawn, but I think if Divya takes first on b4 and then on f3, she's going to be enjoying this extra pawn, and the knight is still hunting the rest of the white pawns.
Yeah, and also I gotta say that the black king in the center is in time to shoulder out any issues. As look at Divya. Divya's so quick.
Wow.
And she finds another way, which was, we were suggesting taking the pawns on the king side. That was also my vibe. But Divya wants it all. She's like, yeah, no, I want to keep it perfect.
Yeah, and she allows she allows white to push the pawn and now trades the pawn on f4. It's no longer this knight fork, but c3 check, because if the king does take the pawn, then you have the knight fork. So white has to step away. The black king is infiltrating white's camp. This is a winning endgame. Equal material on the board and barely any pieces left, but this is a monster of a pass pawn, and the knight has been such a beast in this game with the constant tactical threats.
Yeah, that knight has been such a hero, and now I'm looking at moves such as knight to f3. I mean, ideally, as black, you want to get the king to d3 in order just to lock out the white king. And any other move, I guess you could also go knight c6, but okay, she goes knight c6. That wasn't the best move. Was it a good idea to go? Oh, okay.
It seems it's a bit slow, and now white has a pass pawn too. So Divya didn't find the most precise way of converting her advantage, and now we are back to equality, but Rose is down to 8 seconds against Divya's 58.
I know. It's getting intense here, Anna, as it's a pure race here. And c2, knight takes a2 is in the air. So for Divya has to start calculating. c2, king b2, knight takes a2. Oh, the bishop will go to h6 and defend the square that way. Oh, it's so close.
Promotion, and then the white pawn is running. Divya could end up even losing it if she doesn't play precisely, because the f pawn, white's pass pawn, needs to be stopped too.
Yeah, and you're seeing Divya just frowning that she's not happy with what's happened. And king comes to c1. Okay, so just lock out the king from the d2 square. But now we're seeing a situation where black knight is forced to cover the f7 square. And on the other hand, white's king is not going to get too active.
Oh no, I think Rose flagged. I was just looking at her time that she kept making moves on like barely any second, and in the end she loses on time when it was already an equal endgame. She defended so well. She found the best way to make a comeback in that really difficult endgame, but eventually the time trouble and the pressure on her clock is what decided the game in favor of Divya.
Oh, wow. That's really heartbreaking for Rose. Because as you say, it's so easy to forget about the clock. And just when you thought the job had been done and you're now in the pre-move territory, but a 1 second increment is really not a lot of time. As we see once again, Divya, she is being tricky, as we're seeing an exchange variation in the Slav, but with the knight jumping out to e5. And in my experience, I think I was always taking, I'm not that hot on my theory. I was very much winging it when I was playing these type of positions, but I was going knight takes knight. And I think this one is also more than good enough, except the one danger I'm going to say for black is that once white completes the development, if they're able to get a rook lined up on the C line and a knight coming out to A4, and this is the problem. That, yes. But C5, Rose understands exactly that she doesn't want to bind, so she breaks out.
She breaks out just before white could stop that pawn push. Very, very instructive, as you highlighted, Jovi, and now white castles. But this is exactly now that black has managed to push, the pieces are playing a lot more freely. The other bishop develops to b7. The rooks will be coming to the open files as well. I think from the opening's perspective, Rose will be happy with what she got. What will be harder for her is to forget the first 2 games and how she blundered in game 1 and then lost on time in the second game in a drawn position.
Well, they do say cometh the hour, cometh the man. So we'll see what Rose is made of. Will she rise to the challenge and just manage to shake off the ghosts? Because the whole thing about playing chess almost instantly is that sometimes it doesn't give you that chance to reset and just talk to yourself. And sometimes it's just good. You don't have the chance to dwell on what has gone on before. So it's all dependent on personality. As you see the queen come out attacking the bishop. So for Rose will have to move that piece or she'll defend it with the queen. Nicely done. It's sometimes super easy, Anna, to forget that there's a bishop out there on g3. It's like a silent assassin.
It is a sniper from the distance. It's constantly eyeing the square where naturally the rook would want to go to. Of course, Rose is aware of that. And I'm so curious to see how she will proceed, because there's an interesting move that she has according to the computer, and that is to offer a bishop trade, because her queen, it looks like it's tied to the defense of the bishop, but white would not be able to take that bishop because her queen would get trapped. That this is quite subtle, the idea that you can actually offer your bishop, and this was, I think, a lot more natural that Rose plays rook to c8, but suddenly I think white will be happy after the knight jump and putting pressure on all these squares.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at Divya, at times it looks like she's listening to music while she's playing. As we see,
she's blasting music from what we know, and she's bobbing to it, dancing, definitely vibing with the playlist. I would love to hear her music. I think she definitely has a great taste for music. I think so is Rose, by the way, and Rose is really good at playing the piano, among many other of her skills and hobbies. So definitely much love for music on the side of both of these ladies, but it is Divya who has a banger playlist. You can tell she's right now in the zone music-wise as well.
Yeah, music-wise, chess-wise, she is rocking it, as we're seeing actually big trouble for Rose here, because the most straightforward move, which would be rook c8, does not solve any problems whatsoever, because a rook will just slam itself on c7 and that bishop on b7. Tell me, where is it going to go? It has got no squares.
That is so brutal. Divya doesn't play that move, but also what she chose is pretty strong, because she has simply just traded the rooks and grabs this pawn on a6. So not winning the piece or not threatening to trap it, but with this trade, she now has two connected pass pawns on the queen's side, supported by this sniper bishop and the queen.
Yes, and what a play there from Divya. Winning material. Now she's offering up a trade of queens. Well, Rose is going to have to say, nope, can't go for that. But the only thing that Rose can cling on to is, first up, that the queen and knight, they tend to work well together. And in the end, Blitz isn't that slow a tie control, so you can't just sit down and work absolutely everything out. So now I reckon Rose has to go into hustle mode. Queen b7. I was going to suggest queen b7, but queen to b8. Nothing is solved. You can't even go into hustle mode. Oh dear. Those two pawns on the queen side are just going to start making their presence very much felt.
Yeah, this is so instructive. Placing the bishop 2 squares away from the knight means that you are absolutely controlling all the squares where the knight could jump to, approaching the bishop. And that means that the knight is locked away from the white passed pawns. Unfortunately for Rose, this is a very, very tough position. And unless Divya blunders something, this should be winning because of the passed pawns.
Yeah, I completely agree. But sorry, Anna, I get a bit distracted by seeing Divya. She's like singing along to the music. She's bopping along. Nothing can trouble her because this is just pure fun. And now advancing.
And that's what chess should be, right? Chess and listening to music while playing chess, making it as fun as it can be. She's playing at the main stage. This is the top chess event for female players online. And there's huge prizes at stake in the Speed Chess Championship, but she's just showing that it's all about enjoying the process, having fun, taking it one moment at a time. And definitely very, very motivational and inspiring, I think, to all of us.
Yeah, and it is very nice to see someone just in entertainment and complete chill here. So, what we're expecting from Divya just to go b4, b5. She can also do
Great
this. That's a
move.
very flashy way of just securing the point. Knight takes bishop is impossible because of a7, and a7 is coming regardless. So, black is going to be losing the knight. So, a great start there from Divya with a hat trick already at the beginning.
Hat trick already. There's only 17 minutes left of the 5 minute plus 1 second blitz portion. So far, this is a very dominant performance by Divya, and Rose badly needs to bounce back. She had her chances. It was an equal position in both the first game and the second game that she lost. She blundered in the first game, lost on time in the second game, and I think this game that we have just seen, that was probably the most dominant one by Divya. She didn't even give a chance to Rose to fight back from that middle game position. But now Rose has the white pieces, and let's see if she can take advantage of picking which opening to go for. She chooses this setup, but Divya's structure, this triangle here, is not an easy one to crack.
No, it's relatively stable, I'm going to say. But at the same time, usually black is taking on c4 earlier on, or flicking in a check on b4 in order to get a piece onto d2, the bishop, I'm thinking. But here, rook to d1. So what Rose is hoping for in this type of position is, first up, you can get the bishop on c1, develop to b2. Also, you want to be also cracking open the center with e2, e4. So if Rose gets that, then she will be comfortable. It's not going to be winning, but she'll have a very pleasant position.
Yeah, and she can prepare for that by developing the knight either to d2 or to c3 to try to get ready for that pawn push that Jovi highlighted. She chooses the d2 square. That also keeps her c4 pawn protected. It's temporarily blocking the bishop, but as you highlighted, Jovi, we might see a double fianchetto and the bishop going to b2. Or after e4, the bishop will be able to develop on this diagonal.
Yeah, and this is a question now for Rose. e4. I'm seeing that nearly everyone has gone e4, but it is possible to play the other moves, as we're seeing black also just break out with e5. You have to do that. If you allow white to cement control over e5, then it's going to just simply be problems for black. A whole lot of groveling ahead, but e5, great move, and the theory continues. This has been played quite a few times. The bishop coming out to g5, attacking the queen. That's the main move. It's also possible to take the pawn, and you can also just develop the bishop to e3.
Yeah, so many options for Rose. I'm really curious which one she will go for, and if she still is in her preparation, if she still remembers this line. Again, they have played 12 moves. Apparently d5 is not the right way to go. It happened in a few games, but it is a mistake as shown by the computer, and Divya needs to find the knight jump. Honestly, it's a very logical move to kick the queen out of the center and get ready to develop your bishop at the same time.
Yeah, and just like that, I think d5 is a choice. It was chosen because of the earlier games, because Rose feels she needs to unbalance the position. The queen comes down. But the queen, I'm a little bit worried. e4 is coming as the blue arrow appears. I just feel like white is the one that's very passive.
Very passive, and it really is the case that after the pawn push in the center, everything opens up in the right way for black's pieces. This knight now needs to abandon f3. You could go to d4, and that's the square that Rose chooses, but the problem here is that every developing move of black is coming with a tempo. So you pushed the pawn with a tempo to gain space, and now the bishop develops with a tempo, attacking the rook. This knight is already very dangerous. It might come to d3 in the right moment, and black could just take on d5 and open up the c5 for her rook where the white queen is. So there's a lot of ways in which Divya can make progress in very powerful ways, and it's exactly her style to play like this.
Yeah, and it feels like Divya knows this position so well. The rook lining up against the white queen. very worried for Rose now, because you, as white, you want to naturally get your queen out of trouble there, because knight to d3 is the big threat, attacking the rook and also attacking the queen. And it's not going to be easy to actually meet that, because where is the lady going to go? I don't see too many pretty squares, shall we say. You can go queen d2, but that's like, ugh.
It's crazy how this queen barely has any moves. You are right, Joey. Queen to d2 or queen to b1 are pretty much the only two squares available for the queen to not be on this file. But if you go to d2, and she had to, it's probably the best move in the position. But look how ugly everything is, and white is not able to finish development because suddenly your pieces are tangled up, fighting against a very balanced position of black, where all the pieces are developed, everything harmonious, and black can continue putting pressure on with moves like the queen coming here, the bishop coming here, the knight in the right moment jumping to d3. There's so many ways in which black can improve her position while at the same time for Rose, how is she gonna develop and connect the rooks?
Yeah, I was also very worried about the position for white after queen to f6. It was a very natural move, just keeping some eyeballs on the knight on d4. But Divya, again, might not be the most accurate move, but it's certainly a good one. There are ideas of bishop f3, bishop h3. This knight is still going to be coming into d3 as well. As we're seeing b4, I think Rose had to break out, and you just have to roll the dice and see what happens next. And now the big question for Divya is, can she just go knight d3? Because suddenly after rook takes e4, maybe it's not that easy for black.
Yeah, it feels like Divya might have given Rose some chances after having chosen this queen move, which wasn't the most precise to keep the tension on the board. b4, such an important move that Rose has found. You're so right, Jovi, about the idea being that once the knight goes, well, who is looking after the e4 pawn? And it will be quite chaotic to calculate everything, but it looks like everything is well protected. Knight to a4 would be the other square that black can choose, or knight to a6. Divya says, I'm going there to the edge of the board, but I actually don't really believe in this, because what happens if white just holds on to that b4 pawn and makes sure that that knight is stuck on the edge?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it was very tempting, especially in light of f5, but now Rose can just breathe a sigh of relief, bishop out to b2, and suddenly that queen on d2, which I was not that happy with, makes a whole lot of sense. There's even like moves like h3, queen g5, and now suddenly it's white that's going to be putting a knight up to e6. Not yet, because that's not possible.
Yeah. What a turnaround of events. Suddenly it is white's pieces that are a lot more active, a lot more harmoniously placed, and this knight will be regretting having gone to the edge of the board. It's going to take quite some time for Divya to now regroup her pieces. She's trying to go for the most direct way. This bishop move was important in order to try to stop white from being able to expand. But h3, great move by Rose, and she could take, apparently, this pawn because of the pawn fork later, and it doesn't matter that black can trade. You're guarding that with the queen, and once black takes your knight, this pawn push, it's chaotic, but it's supposedly better for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it looked quite tempting, but we saw Rose burning the clock down to under a minute as we still had jump in with the queen. I wasn't sure about that move, but mainly because it left the bishop on b2 undefended, so there are no tactical issues anymore. And now you have to move the queen, and where is she going to go to? Because remember, that pawn on d5 is still loose, and can black even snatch that pawn now? The computer saying, no, don't do that. Don't get greedy like yours truly. Instead, go knight c7 and start to round it up.
Well, Divya agrees with you. Who is defending that pawn? Why not take it if it's free? But now the blue arrow is showing a knight jump. This position is absolutely chaotic. Neither of the players are able to find the top move of the engine because it is just impossible. It's so messy. There's so many tactical situations here that they need to evaluate under just a few seconds of thought. It's 27 seconds left for Rose, a minute and 11 for Divya. The increment is only 1 second, and it's absolute chaos here now on the board with that knight jump and knight to d3, protecting the queen, the bishop. takes, but the knight is being captured, so now the bishop is still hanging.
Yes, and Divya there with that knight to c5 move. This was her big plan, just cement a knight onto the d3 square in 8 seconds for Rose. And the position is very difficult as she loses a pawn. She gains pawn on a7 and she cannot trade off queens because this bishop on g2 is just locked out of the game. And it's not just the bishop, it's the rook on b1, which really doesn't have too many squares. Divya in the driving seat.
She's definitely in the driving seat, and again, Rose is down to her final seconds. Only 5 seconds left with 1 second increment. That is no time to think at all. She's doubling her rooks, but those rooks are not going anywhere with this bishop, the monster that's sitting here on the d3 square. It's opposite colored bishops, but it doesn't matter too much when black has such active pieces, and now doubling rooks on the c file as well. It's just making some progress, but also making mistakes. It's a bit of a back and forth in this endgame.
Yes, and I was curious about why Divya flicked in that check on f3. It didn't feel like it was necessary, but in the end, yes, this is, look at this. I mean, it's time trouble. Mistakes will happen as we see h6, and now inaccuracies from Rose, who's just playing on her final seconds. You can take that one and step up with the king to a g6 as we're seeing the rooks get traded off. Oh, she dropped the bishop and it fell.
The bishop is gone and the chances are gone as well. This is the 4th win in a row for Divya Deshmukh, 4-0 with only 6 minutes left, less than 6 minutes actually, of the first time segment of this match, the 5-minute, 1 second increment Blitz games. Now Divya again with the white pieces. Let's see if Rose can fight back and find her way in this match, because she had her chances in the games, but it's not showing on the scores.
No, it's a very unfortunate showing in terms of scoreline, but now Rose has to give everything. I almost feel like this is a must-win situation for her, because if she draws or loses, I mean, she's going to go into the second portion, the 3+1, just kicking herself. And will she be able to shake off that tilt? I'm not sure, as we see a repeat of the game where Divya won relatively smoothly. This time, no quick c5, but, the c5 move was good. It's just that Rose hasn't had a chance to sit down and check these lines with an engine. Now it's going to be very difficult to achieve that pawn breakout.
Yeah, it is going to be a very different story. And as you said, they don't have time to check anything in between the games. They will have a break now after this game is over, if the overall match time for this segment will be gone. It's 4 minutes and 25 seconds left from the 5+1. But even that break is not enough. You shouldn't look at any of these positions, I feel like, unless you want to really repeat the same opening and you have one moment question. But better to get a snack, stand up for a moment, refresh, wash your face, go to the bathroom, anything that you can do to regain your strength and energy for the remainder of the match, I feel.
Yeah, and we have under 4 minutes remaining at the 5+1. This is probably going to be the last game at that time control, and we are seeing g6. But for Divya, she has a very straightforward position. Now it's just about going knight a4, just getting that bind on c5. And once weakness does not mean that black's position is completely lost, it just makes it so easy for white to play. Because it's also, just want to highlight that it's also the pawn on a6 that is a little bit shaky.
Yeah, everything, all the pawns of black are on light squares, and that's the color of the bishop, making this bishop a really sad piece. It can barely move. It doesn't have any free diagonals. And as already highlighted by Jovi, those are weaknesses in black's camp. Black is trying to break out by sacrificing a pawn, offering this e-pawn, because at least that opens up the diagonal of the bishop, and once you move the knight away, you'll be targeting that white pawn and potentially winning it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're seeing the knight jump out there. I also wonder whether Rose, she has to speed up, I've got to say. She captures the pawn, and yes, white does have that small edge, a beautiful square, but I do feel that we've consistently seen at the start of this match that Divya has gone into those last seconds, with a massive, gone into the time trouble with a massive time advantage. It's Rose who's constantly having to play with just 8 seconds, 9 seconds. And you can only withstand pressure for so long as the queen comes up, defends its pawn on c6. I think White has a very pleasant position.
Very pleasant. And what you highlighted about the time management, I think really is the biggest problem that Rose has had in this match. And it's what this game is showing as well. Divya still has over 4 minutes left, while Rose is down to her final 2 minutes, 35 seconds. One could say that's still enough time in a Blitz game, but you keep burning time. The increment is only 1 second. And at the end of the day, as Jovi already highlighted, you cannot keep making good moves under such time pressure. And that has been the story of this match.
Yes, and Rose needs to shake things up quite a bit in terms of that. So here, Divya's come very well prepared. Oh no. Blunder there from Rose. F4, brilliant move. Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes knight, and that is going to net her a piece. And if she moves the knight, the bishop is busted. There's no way out of this one.
No, and Divya is so fast spotting tactical opportunities. Her whole life, it has been her playing style. She is brilliant at tactics, and she immediately seizes this opportunity of winning a piece.
Divya is so good at this type of chess. She's so quick. It's literally the Indian school of chess. Their calculation skills are just off out into outer space. And there we see the rook come to c1. The pressure still on that poor pawn on c6. And you can take that one. You can go pawn on to e4. I think I would take it and then offer up a queen trade. And if the queens are off the board, it's over. It's just completely busted for Rose. And she goes for this. Rose has to say no thank you.
And she does. She does listen to you and keeps the queen on the board to keep some fighting chances, but it's gonna be so tough. She only has 2 pawns for the knight, and those 2 pawns are not really the best of pawns. There's no passed pawn for black, and these are still so weak.
And knight d7 is incoming as well. So that forces Rose to resign because the material deficit would have been too much. It has been a complete whitewash in Divya's favor. She leads 5 points. And for Rose, her expression says it all. That has not been a happy outing.
No, she definitely is disappointed with how the match has gone so far. 5-0 in favor of Divya Deshmukh. We knew that she's the favorite going into this match, but have we expected 5-0 with Rose having chances in most of the games? It really is showing that those final seconds of the games, the time trouble, every time Rose had to play under so much pressure, both in the position and on the clock, that's the final moments in the game where she cracked. And I think she will score. I think she will get back in this match because she has had her chances, but she will definitely need this break to forget how the match has gone so far and start fresh if she can.
She will definitely need to reset, refocus, recalibrate because it's a 3+1 portion coming up next. But in the meantime, I just want to say, don't we all love free stuff? Well, chess players, we do love getting things for free. Free pawns, free pieces, and especially free subscriptions. Hitting that subscribe button is the best way to clean up this stream with completely ad-free viewing. Get ad-free play over on Chess.com and unlock a bunch of premium emotes to spam in the chat. And hey, if you happen to have Amazon Prime, it doesn't cost you a single penny to link your account and subscribe for free. So type !subscribe in chat right now to claim those perks and support the stream. And we are gonna be back in just a few minutes with a 3+1, just right after this break.
Alright guys, what are we thinking for food?
Down to get pizza.
Ooh, let's get Mexican.
Pizza sounds good.
Mexican sounds pretty good.
Thai food. That's the worst call. I'm not getting Thai food. Let's play for it. All right.
Playing for it? Nope, not sitting through this. I'm getting pizza.
Let me get it? No. Why? Dude, I have way more pieces than you. You're already massive. You're already massive. Play me for it. You serious? All right, let's go.
No, you got it. I'm not sitting in the middle.
Dude, I sit in the middle every time.
That's a you issue.
Play for it.
Okay, I'll play.
My God, just get in the car. Let's go.
Baby puzzle?
I already did it, bro. Let's just go.
Dude, I sit in the middle every time.
Dude, grow up.
Dang guys, the chess world is crazy. I know, I had no idea.
That's insane.
Have you guys even been watching this whole time?
Yeah, we watched the super good show. The whole thing.
It was really good.
It was
Good
It was
ending.
crazy. We watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
I was not even thinking about winning. When I saw the invitation, I was very happy and excited and grateful. Obviously, it's a wonderful opportunity to play some of the absolute top women in the world. Like, I don't think I've played like over half of them before. Like, okay, obviously over the board or online. So it's definitely gonna be exciting, but I have no expectations. It's my first time playing this. So it's just gonna be a fun experience. No pressure. Yeah, it feels a little strange because I myself, when I was younger, I also had role models. Like, a lot of the women here are my role models, and they still are. But also, I guess I feel proud. It's nice that I put in a lot of effort on chess, and I can see it coming out in my results. And it's nice to know that I can inspire other young kids. Yeah, maybe Zhu and Jun, because she's the world champion. I mean, I look up to all of them. Maybe more recently, Divya and Bibisara, because, okay, they're a few years older than me, and they're completely dominating the chess world, it seems like. But all of them are wonderful players. Yeah, I'm trying to carve my own path, because what I'm doing with posting a small game review after pretty much each of my classical tournament games on Twitter, I don't really see other people doing that, so maybe I can be a trailblazer in that regard. But yes, I do follow them on Instagram, and I'm not sure if they're on Twitter, but I definitely follow them on Instagram, and I think I like a lot of their stuff. They're inspiring, for sure.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann. We are back and it's 3+1 time. Divya is nurturing a massive lead. It's 5 points to nothing. So for Rose, the pressure is mounting because from now on, every second will count for her. She has to fight back if she wants to remain in this match. And this format is brutal, Anna. You have to win or you are eliminated. That's it. You are staying at home and you are never going to leave.
It is brutal, absolutely brutal, the knockout system, and the match has been dominated by Divya Deshmukh. We knew that she's the favorite going into today's match, but Rose has had her chances. It was more so the time management that did not let her take those chances. She had drawn positions where she lost on time. She had one move blunders that she normally wouldn't have done had she had more time on the clock. So it will be a huge question, I think, for Rose, whether she's able to speed up. But it's tricky with making quick decisions and if you're able to forget how the score is and how the match is going, because you need confidence, you need self-esteem to play fast, good moves. So can she do that? I think she's more than capable. Rose has proved herself in so many of Chess.com's events. So let's see if she can score her first game. Even a first half a point would be a way to get back into the match.
Yeah, exactly. She has to stop the bleeding. If you start off with half a point, that is fine. You just need to use this next half hour of 3+1 to start just getting some points and working the magic. As we're seeing Divya, she's following theory. She is castling queenside, and we're seeing Rose go for really unusual, but I kind of like it. Move d3, so not staking a claim in the center, and because of that, actions do have consequences. Black can play e5, but it is going to be a big fight as we have opposite side castling.
Yeah, and Divya is going for a different pawn push. I also expected the central pawn push. Instead, she's going immediately with this h pawn, signaling that she has the very ambitious idea. Well, I guess, is it called even ambitious? No, very obvious, I was going to say. I'm going for your king. This is opposite side castling, and whoever gets to the opponent's king first usually wins the game in such positions. So Divya immediately showing her cards and where her intentions are on this flank.
Yeah. She's definitely extending as far as possible on that side of the board, trying to create an open line for the pieces to infiltrate. She can also play e5. That is still very much there. Take the center. And for Rose, with this knight coming to c3, it's not entirely clear how she's going to begin her point of attack. In fact, she just says, no attack. I will defend for now, and then I will begin the counteroffensive. Knight takes f7. That was the big threat, but it's been very nicely defended by Divya. And there are ideas now of just kicking the white knight back and then, again, just solidifying the pawn structure and just saying, hey, what are you doing as white?
Yeah, not an easy decision for Rose, because is she going to allow that her bishop is traded off? Does she want to allow that? Or she says, no, I would rather keep the bishop, but in order to keep the bishop, you have to bring it all the way back to d2. There weren't any other safe squares. This one, though, allows Divya to jump into d4 as well if she wants to bring in her second knight too. e6 makes perfect sense, to be more patient and say, I'm going to develop this bishop first, because that when the bishop develops, it will be already targeting the white king. Can go to d6, can go to c5, and everything is happening on the king side where the white king is.
Yeah, and you know what I was thinking now whilst you're talking, with the bishop coming to d6, if white were to ever go h3, you might not move that knight from g4. You might be like, oh yeah, you can open the h line for me. I'm willing to give it up for a piece. And I think that Divya, I was not expecting the bishop to jump out to c5. I wasn't even looking in that direction, and it looked like this next move, knight to e4, was a miss. No, should have been the other knight that had jumped to e4 instead.
she found the right idea, but with the wrong knight, it's so tough in a blitz game, of course, to find the most precise moves constantly, especially now that both of them are below 2 minutes, actually already very close to the final minute of the game. This is already the 3+1, 3 minute with 1 second increment only. The knight is jumping back and offering a knight trade. I think for white, it would be ideal to trade it on e4. So then she has the option of bringing her pawn into the central square and opening up the files for the rook. But I don't think Divya will be interested in that kind of a trade.
Yes, I don't think she's going to go for that one as well, as you mentioned. Instead, she's got her eyes on the prize, the king. Got ideas of going knight h5. Yeah, I was also going in that direction as well. Give up something on g3. But instead she goes h3, use the h pawn as a battering ram. And Rose, you got to do something about that. But if you go g3, can you get greedy? She goes g4. I was wondering if she could get g3, could she get greedy and grab something?
Wow, this is getting so messy. The black queen is being chased and had to go all the way back to g8 in order to not be lost and also not allow this knight fork. So Rose is taking the initiative, but it is such an incredibly complicated position that the blue arrow is suggesting that if Divya finds that pawn push, then her position is very much the better one. She plays a different idea, captures on g4, sacrificing and now counter-sacrificed by Rose. Absolute chaos.
Absolute chaos. And yeah, I didn't think anyone was going to find that pawn push, but here we're seeing a pawn push that Divya does find as well. And idea is you're just opening up the D line, and this bishop on D2 is going to be a target. Also, if black were to just kick away that knight from F4, queen to D5, check.
And the knight is gone because the queen was pinned and the rook is guarding the queen on d5. So Divya ends up with an extra piece, more time, and an additional knight on the board.
Yeah, and now with that additional piece, all that Divya has to do is just keep everything solid. Divya is actually doesn't have to worry about that bishop on e7, but she did choose to play it. But her big idea is just this. She has her eyes on the h2 pawn. As the rook swings over, the d pawn is going to be falling. But there is some hope for Rose, even though the evaluation bar says not that much hope, because 37 seconds for Divya. Rose will dream about at least pushing the kingside pawns. But the more I look at it, the more I realize, no, that is just a dream. You cannot go h4.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, it's going to take forever to push those pawns, and Divya is not going to allow it. She is going further ahead with the g pawn. That's only 2 squares away from promotion. So let's not write off fully that pawn. But with precise play and moves like this that Divya has just played, she's making sure that the pawn cannot be pushed further while she's grabbing more material on the queen side. The bishop and the rook now are trying to help this pawn to be pushed. So it's still not over. But the pawn has now been won with the knight attack. The h-pawn is still on the board, but now it's going to be a lot harder to try to create some kind of a counter chance and find a way back into this endgame.
And Divya is so quick as well. She's spotting all the opportunities in an instant as we see the king slowly try to make some progress, but Divya just captures the piece. This is going to force Rose to resign, and Divya strikes again. 6 points.
6-0, 6-0 in favor of Divya Deshmukh. She's completely dominating this match. Rose has had her chances. We keep emphasizing that the 17-year-old American prodigy, she really has had her chances, but in the heat of the time trouble, in the final seconds of the game, and under so much time pressure, it's Rose who has made mistakes, and Divya is capitalizing on those mistakes and constantly has more time on the clock, which has made quite a big difference in the storyline of this match. Now Rose is trying this setup, developing the bishop onto b7 next move and getting ready to push c5.
Yes, and Rose is gone for a trademark solid structure with the pawns. And Divya, rather interestingly, just goes knight to c3, which did allow black to actually capture on c4, just to loosen and lengthen the bishop on b7. But still has the opportunity right now to take that pawn. It's what I would be doing, because otherwise white is going to be ready with playing knight to e5, and that opportunity might be taken away from you. So do it now whilst you can.
I agree with you. Do it while you can. Bishop to d6 is played and getting ready for a central pawn push in the right moment if she can. But these rooks are lined up to make sure that they are discouraging you from any such ideas.
Yep. And now for Divya, I mean, Rose, despite not taking the pawn as I've advocated, she has put a stop to e4 ideas, and also she's not been allowed to play knight to e5, but knight to d2, very thematic move there from Divya, preparing the e4 break. But now we have all the tension in the center. It's about to explode.
Yeah, and the blue arrow appears showing that if white takes the central pawn, leaves black with hanging pawns, that is a favorable position because of the tactics. This bishop is a loose piece. Double exclamation mark for this knight sacrifice by Divya Deshmukh. Temporary sacrifice, because if it's taken, then the bishop on b7 is hanging. If you don't take it, the knight is already going into black's camp with several threats, and also the pawn on d5 can become a huge weakness, especially if that bishop is gone. How will you hold on to that pawn?
Yeah, I mean, knight to a5 is coming. And even now, the big threat is to go knight takes d5. You can just win some material, and there's a lot of loose pieces there on the d line. I think Divya has just played this one to perfection. She's come to the match extremely well prepared with her own set of targeted ideas, and now Rose is in big trouble.
I agree that Divya has come very well prepared, both on the board and playlist-wise too, because whatever she's listening to, she's having a great time. And this is what you should do. Enjoy chess, and whatever helps you make it even more enjoyable. She's listening to some of her favorite songs, singing along, dancing along, and playing brilliant chess. Now, knight to the edge of the board, attacking the bishop. And that bishop is not a happy one. I should color it red, I think, because it's the main target of the knight. And you will have to move it back to c8, or guard it with the rook. Neither of them look very promising for black.
No, I mean, the problem is that all the chips have fallen in favor of white. Because if you move that bishop, that knight is going to capture the pawn. And take a look at who's standing on the same light square diagonal as the bishop on g2, that rook on a8. So there you go. Divya takes that one. And now Divya is just a comfortable pawn up. But there's probably something more, because the evaluation bar is so much in white's favor.
It's hugely in white's favor, and the reason must be these knight jumps, whether knight to c6 or knight to c4. It looks like there's even more firepower. It's already an extra pawn for Divya, but because of knight c4 targeting the bishop, if you move away the bishop, there's a knight fork. These knights are extremely powerful. She's about to win even more material. Knight to c7, next move.
And there we are seeing that the rook has fallen off the board, and yeah, this one is such an open position. The rooks are going to be in their elements on the open line, so the knight jumps in. Oh, is this just going from bad to worse for Rose, down to 30 seconds? And I gotta say, she's been outclassed here.
She has. I really expected a lot closer of a match. She still can, of course, make a comeback. I still believe in her. She has done so well in many of the Chess.com events. In fact, Rose's Blitz and Bullet rating is somewhat higher than Divya's Chess.com Blitz and Bullet ratings. But the match so far is telling a very different story. I think the score is showing obviously huge domination by Divya, but Rose has had her chances. In most of the games, she has had her chances.
Yeah, she definitely had her chances, but somehow she hasn't taken them, and she's left herself with too little time to take advantage of those opportunities, and now she finds herself in this one. I don't feel that she did have a chance. Divya was just extremely well prepared and just knows exactly how to make her opponent. And there we're seeing 7 points.
7
in Divya's favor.
7-0. The singing continues, the fun continues on Divya's side. Not much fun for Rose. She really has to somehow bounce back. There is still time. Mathematically, she still has time to make a comeback. This is halfway through the 3+1, and then we have the bullet as well for 15 minutes at the end of the match. But she needs to start by getting a score in, even if it's a draw, but you gotta stop the bleeding.
Yeah, she has to. We have just under 16 minutes remaining on 3+1 portion. She definitely, I think she has to be a little bit more tactically aware, as we're seeing e5 make an appearance. We've already seen this position before. Rook to e1 is Rose's improvement. In the previous game, she did play d5, and that was a big mistake. Rook e1, an improvement. Now Divya just steps back with the queen and just sets up attacking possibilities with the rook facing off against the queen. So ideas of knight to f6 are in the air for Divya. Rose, I think she should just pay some attention to that. Maybe just move the queen out of harm's way.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be a good idea. I'm looking at the games that have been played for this position. There's still a handful. Queen moves, as you suggested, or c5 pawn push are some of the master games for this variation. But Rose is now, I think, now on her own. Probably Divya too. This has been already 13 moves that they played out of opening preparation, and instead she develops the bishop. Very logical move, but the blue arrow is suggesting that Divya can and will push f5, a really strong move.
Yeah, and now Divya gets her type of position where she is on the front foot. She starts activating her pieces, and she starts playing super quickly and setting those really beautiful, like one-move tricks that are actually really difficult to spot. So, okay, Rose just preventing black from just regrouping, getting their knight to f6. Bishop drops back to e7. And
oh, that's so unpleasant. In the right moment, black might just want to take the knight and make the white king more vulnerable. Or say that knight is sitting there forever and I'm going to trap it with pawn to g5, which would be even worse than the trade.
And this is maybe why this c5 move was maybe needed before, just to actually encourage the bishop to go somewhere else and not allow this particular move, because suddenly, like you've highlighted, bishop takes knight is going to make an appearance, and now you can go knight to f6 in good faith, and the pawns on the king side are potentially very, very weak as the king comes to h1. It's a good move there from Rose. At least she's setting up that there could be some problems on the dark squares for black. I'm just looking rook g1, bishop c3, bishop h6, as you highlighted. And there's still a fight left.
Still a fight, and with the pair of bishops, I think she really has some potential here in the position, even if the evaluation bar is very much favoring Divya's position. I think, practically speaking, there's still quite a lot of dynamic factors here that can also favor white, and in the heat of time, for sure, anything can happen. Speaking of which, again, it is Divya who has the upper hand when it comes to the clock situation, and always having that extra couple of seconds at least on time, which has had quite a significant role in this match. So let's see if Rose can speed up and not go down to those final last seconds where she seems to have struggled under the pressure on the clock.
Yeah, and I was actually going to praise this move because I thought this is great. Get that bishop posted up to e5. Maybe the rook will sacrifice for a piece, and then you can have yourself a fight. And okay, that move was given as a miss, but
oh, wow.
I feel like the engine is being overly harsh. I mean, that's a very natural move.
Very harsh. I thought the same, that both the bishop coming here and the knight jumping here looked very human moves. Apparently, it's not the best because white is encouraged now to give up the pair of bishops in order to get the e5 square for the bishop and in general to play a position with opposite colored bishops instead of keeping this knight for black on the board. This is also very logical to bring the rook into the game and say, hey, I can take that knight at any point. I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah, but even taking that knight, I'm not sure too many humans would be going in that direction, because you think, oh, well, hang on a second, I give up the bishop pair, I also give up the light squares, and what next? And I don't know. I think you either have to be very foolish and at the same time very, very smart to understand these things.
Not easy at all. Oh, but this is trapping her own bishop. The bishop retreat misses the pawn push. That is now winning the bishop, unfortunately for Rose. That's a huge mistake. And now the position is completely falling apart after the knight fork as well. It's yet another win for Divya Deshmukh, 8-0.
8-0 in favor of Divya, and Divya is just in cruise control here. Everything is just working to perfection. She gets her type of active game. Rose withstands the pressure, and then at some point when the clock starts ticking down, she cracks, makes a fatal mistake, and Divya is relentless. She's not let up whatsoever. And I think this is a good approach there from Rose. At least go on the front foot, go knight e4, go f5, and force Divya to make some, I'm not going to say passive, solid choices.
Yeah, I think she really is. She has been choosing wisely, I think, Rose. The openings, of course, Divya's preparation, as usual, is impeccable. Rose, too, has come with some really good ideas and structures that she likes. I don't think it was the fault of her opening preparation or even the middle games that she's going for. It really has been more those critical tactical opportunities that she's giving Divya as a chance, and the time pressure getting to her where she's making blunders. Now the knight is attacked. You can either retreat it or trade it for the d2 knight.
Yes. And here, I really like what you say. You know, sometimes it's not just about the openings, it's what follows on through, because Rose has been very solid, very stable. Just somehow Divya is the one who's getting her kind of position in the middle game and just applying some pressure. And she goes for that trade. And one of the things I like about the white position is that white is getting ready to blast things open with e2, e4. And once you get that, then the weakness of the e5 square is going to start to tell. And in fact, Divya just jumps in right immediately. c4 is incoming, as Anna's highlighted. And king h1, very sophisticated move. I like it.
I like it too. It's making sure that there's nothing going to be happening on that diagonal, not even in the near future or maybe even a long-term future. And this is going to be, quite a tough one again for Rose, I was going to say. But in terms of the position, I think she is getting her chances now with the bishops here, sniping the diagonals, attacking now the rook. The rook is forced to be moved unless you want to block, but then you have to come back with the knight. So some decisions here for Divya to be made that are not the easiest, because if you do move the rook away, you're moving it from a file that might open up for the black rook.
Yep. And actually, I really like how Rose has handled this particular part. And now she's taking over the initiative. Bishop to b4 is an idea. Rook c8 as well, lining the rook up against the queen. And Rose, I think, is taking over. And you can't, as white, capture on e4 because the knight is going to get ready to jump to g4 and take on e4. So, yeah, this is all going in Rose's favor, as we're seeing. What is the move? Bishop a6?
Bishop
logical.
e2, apparently attacking both the rook and the pawn was a really strong move, but she drops it back to a6 instead. It's still a better position for black, but she might have had even more of a significant edge had she gone to the more active square with the bishop.
Yeah, but still, it's very promising. Rook c8, rook d8. I mean, the plans are very clear cut for Rose, and for the first time, I'm seeing that she's ahead on time. And knight c4
ahead on time, ahead on the board. and a double exclamation mark for Divya's move. This really is, as you're saying, Jovi, the first real chance for Rose to make a comeback, at least bounce back in this game. And then who knows? Once you start getting a point in, finally you're also on the scoreboard, and that's how it begins. And any comeback and every comeback needs that moment where you turn the tables, at least in this very present game. She has all the chances now.
She does have all the chances, as we're seeing White that have problems with their king. There's no piece coordination, whereas Rose has got absolutely everything worked to perfection, but there is no clear-cut way to just maximize the advantage. I was seeing bishop takes knight. I can understand that. Rose is trying to transfer her dynamic advantage into something very solid. I mean, there's a weak pawn on c4, but the king coming up to defend e6. I like the boldness now from Rose. Okay, we're gonna forget the computer evaluations of question mark, double question mark. I mean, this is just 1 minute chess now.
They're down to their final minute of this Blitz game with only a 1 second increment. This is quite a time scramble that we are expecting coming very soon. And again, as you said, Jovi, it is a really good chance for Rose to bounce back. And have I jinxed it? Maybe this bishop move was not the best. But again, it's hard to play the best moves with such time pressure. Both of them are making mistakes. And at the same time, these are logical moves that the players are going for. The rooks are now doubled on the open file. Divya is trading on f6 and is now ready to probably push this pawn so that it's not going to be captured, and also that the bishop has to retreat and open up the file for her rook.
Yes, and that is something that she's calculated. The minute she can't go for this because of rook to d3, but the queen comes out to h6, king drops back, and Divya shaking her head. Now, wow, this is a move that sets the board on fire. It's so brave, completely disregarding king safety whatsoever. Divya wants to go on the attack, g4, and now Rose has to be careful, but I like the way that she's handling this. She's going on the counter. She's threatening rook takes h2.
Rook takes h2 is a major threat. Rook g1, blue arrow was showing that this was the only way for Divya to stay in the game, and now blocking with the bishop to prevent the rook capturing the pawn on h2. Now Rose could decide to take back on f5, and it's not just about the pawn, but opening up the file for her queen, but she missed. She missed that now the white rook is coming into the game, and it's not just about the queen hanging, but checkmate on the board if you move the queen away.
No, and Rose just let it slip for 1 second, and suddenly she forgot about rook takes b7. That wasn't on the radar for such a long time. It wasn't possible, and now ups, the queen is going to fall, and that's going to be checkmate as Divya makes it 9-0.
9-0. And this was one of the best games that Rose has played. She had it under control. She even had a winning advantage at some of the later stages of that same game, but missed rook takes b7. That is a painful miss, giving yet another point to Divya. It's only 3 minutes left, less than 3 minutes of the 3 minute plus 1 second Blitz portion. So this could be our final Blitz game, Jovi.
Yeah, this is probably going to be our final 3+1, and Rose hovering on the, I don't want to say this, Anna, but if I think, and I maybe you can confirm, but if you lose all 10 games, yeah, is that called like adoption or something? I'm not really sure. Is it 5 or is it 10?
You are very, very knowledgeable, Jovi, when it comes to online chess and the terms, of course. Adoption is the biggest threat in this match right now, because Divya already has scored 9 wins to nothing, not a single draw. And Rose badly needs to make a comeback, stop the bleeding. Even a draw would prevent adoption, which in chess we all know is really important to not get adopted.
Yes. And I think in light of that, I think Rose just has to kind of, again, it's so difficult. You have to just dig deep and go, okay, this is not working out for me, but I'm just going to, tighten my stomach muscles. And and remember all of those good moments you've had on the chessboard, all of those big recoveries. And now it's just pure fun. Rose just needs to forget the tension, forget the nerves, just go into like Divya is doing, put the music on and come what may, let it appear on the board. And as we're seeing here, we're seeing Rose, at least, she has a very stable position. She's gone h4. I personally like it. This is the kind of position where I will argue until the cows come home that white is a teeny tiny bit better, but it is ultimately
I agree
equal.
with you. Yeah, there's a bit more space and some pressure. Even if the computer claims that it should be about equal, I feel you fully that again, these pawn pushes are giving even more space to white. Rose is putting pressure on Divya, and she really is trying so hard to make a comeback in a game where this match has been absolute domination by the Indian star Divya Deshmukh. But there have been chances by Rose. She just didn't manage to grab those chances. Can she do it in this game is the question. This is now a rook and bishop endgame. She's pushing the pawn to solidify her pawn structure. At the same time, that means that her bishop is glued to that pawn for now, at least, because you will need to be holding on to it. I think she will try moves like rook to e5 that would attack both of the pawns. There's ideas like that. No, I'm wrong. She's pushing the pawn instead. Might want to play rook to d6. And if that rook is traded on d6, you get a passed pawn.
Yes. I mean, Divya has just come into this particular match just flying. She's chosen the openings well. She's gotten her type of game, and she's rarely looked like she was in trouble. But for Rose, I suspect that Rose is the type of player. I mean, she qualified here because of her amazing performance in the title Tuesday. And that's a grueling circuit that you have there. You're fighting alongside the best of the best. And she's gotten here through merit. She's also qualified for the US women's team. She's playing in Samarkand in September. And I suspect she's the kind of player that, she will not let a setback like this just put her off. I mean, she's going to come back so much stronger and use this to her advantage, make it a lesson.
Definitely. She's still so young, so talented. The future is bright for Rose Atwell, and I'm sure that she will learn a lot from this match, and maybe next year she'll come back much stronger at the Women's Chess Championship thanks to experiences like this. Sometimes these painful defeats and these lessons you get by playing the strongest players in the world are the ones that will make you belong in that very same group and the very same elite players list. I think Rose is very much capable of that. She will be an international master soon once her norms are approved. And she's still only 17 years old.
Exactly. Still 17 years old, so much ahead of her. And I also learned a little fun fact that her competing in Uzbekistan will be the first time that she will have traveled outside of the US. So,
wow, I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. You just assume, because Rose is so active. She plays a lot of chess. I follow her on Twitter. Her tweets are very well worth following if you can. She just reviews her game. She gives her thoughts. And it's very much part of a process, like a journaling, where she is just sharing with the world exactly what she thinks and how she's going to improve. And we're seeing here Divya, though, in this bishop and pawn endgame, she is just going for the h-pawn, but she does have the better pawn structure. I mean, white's got targets on a4 and h5. And this was a very natural move. And the evaluation bar there telling us that after bishop to b5, which was a losing move, Divya is now winning. Although I would say that this endgame was very, very difficult for Rose to defend.
I agree. It has been tough, and also tough under the time pressure that constantly Rose had to be facing. The majority of the games in this match, it was both on the board and on the clock, where she's constantly under pressure, and it's really hard to face this kind of situations under just a few seconds. The increment barely helps. It's 1 second increment only now. The passed pawn is being pushed by Divya. She can push it even further. It's about to promote, so the bishop has to come back, but the b3 bishop is supporting the pawn. First, she grabs the a4 pawn. Now she's pushing. You have to give up your bishop. And there's still one more pawn left on the board for Divya. That's the winning pawn. Otherwise, it would be a draw. So this is the pawn that you will promote and win the endgame. It is absolute domination by Divya Deshmukh as she scores yet another win. And there's a slight smile on her face as she's heading to the break before the bullet.
Yeah, and Divya, nothing is dampening her spirits as she comes to the match in boss mode with a clean sweep. And I think this is the very first time we've seen it, but Divya Deshmukh in power mode, leading by 10 points to 0. Oh, Anna, what a performance though from Divya.
Huge, absolutely huge. She has been showing why she's one of the favorites for the overall event, not just in this match, but I think many of the viewers probably would call her at least one of the top favorites for the overall Women's Speed Chess Championship this year. She has won the World Cup. She got gold with the Olympic team of India, both as a team and individually on her board, and she's still only 20 years old. The future is bright for Divya, but the future is also bright for Rose Atwell because she had her chances. The score is showing not the full story. Rose has had her chances, but in the heat of the time pressure, she failed to capitalize on those moments in her games, I feel like.
Yes, I completely agree with you there. We're seeing Divya showing us all the champion that she is, leading with 10 points to 0. Well, Rose will have an uphill task ahead of her once Divya comes back to the bullet mode. But when we got it, I will sometimes it happens, one gets so excited by absolutely everything that is in store that one just runs away with the brain. But I will get there because something exciting is coming your way, and it is the ultimate esports chess showdown live in Paris from August 11th to the 15th. The Esports World Cup is bringing the world's absolute best, including Magnus, Hikaru and Ali Reza, together to fight for a massive $1.5 million prize pool. EWC Chess is going to be absolutely wild, and you can secure 15% of your tickets right now with the promo code Chess15. So hit !EWC in the chat to watch every single match go down live in person before they sell out. And we are gonna be back with the lightning pace of 1 minute plus 1 second right after this break.
Okay, so when I was younger, I used to play a lot of gambit lines. Usually when faced with the Sicilian, I would love to go more gambit. So I would start with second move d4 and then cd4, I would go c3. Here, if black takes, I would love if they would accept the gambit because that would give me an opportunity to face a lot of tactics, which I used to love when I was a kid. So usually they go knight c6 and I would go bishop c4. Then they would probably play something like d6, just developing the pieces. And I would go knight f3 and I would be absolutely thrilled if they won knight f6 here, because that will allow me to play e5. And because I was young, not very strong, and also my opponents were not very strong, so sometimes they used to fall into this tactic that if you take with the knight, I take back with the knight. In my head, I would be screaming out of joy. You take back and I have bishop f7 and I get the queen. I'm pretty sure I have won at least like 5 games like this. So I used to love this opening so much so that even though I had the files from, let's say, 10 years ago, I did not want to delete them. So I just kept them in like a nostalgia folder that I used to play this line.
Are you neglecting chores at home because you're 3 Cheeto bags deep in the middle of your 37th Blitz game in a row as you sit on the toilet? Well, the good news is that you don't have to worry about missing chess anymore. All you have to do is add the Chess.com widget to your home screen. Whether you're using an Android or an iOS device, you will get alerts. And the most important app in your life, the Chess app, will get the attention it deserves. So get back to real life, find some balance, and know that you'll never miss an alert because Chess.com has your back.
From what I read in the contract, it sounds like they're starting with like 45 minutes of 5+1 and then slowly getting faster throughout. And I think it's fun. You get to see a wide range of time controls. And I think it's cool because, like, say there's one person who's a lot better at 5 minute, but then there's another person who's way better at bullet. So just because that the slower person gets like a huge advantage in the blitz portion doesn't mean that they're going to win the match necessarily, because this other person might be able to rack up the points really in the bullet portion. So the match is still close all the time. You always have to be careful. So I think it's good. Maybe 3+1, because I don't practice that much bullet, and I don't think I really play bullet with increment, not really. I do practice 3+1 more, so probably I'd go 3+1. For me at least, most challenging will probably be to avoid tilt, because I know that I tend to get very upset and blitz whenever I lose even just one game. And in a match like this, you really can't afford that. I feel like if you lose a couple in a row, then the opponent starts to have the momentum and then they're collecting more and more points. So I just want to bounce back as soon as possible if I have a bad result in one game. Well, there's like this negative voice, the super negative one, and then there's the more positive, hopefully the more rational voice. Is saying, okay, just one game, not the end of the world. You came back from much worse before. So I think I need to make sure to override this negative voice that's like, oh, you suck, you're the worst, you seriously did not see the hanging piece, and move it up. So just beat out the bad voice, and then let the good voice, the more positive voice, motivate you, I guess.
So far, Divya Deshmukh has come in to this one in demolition mode. She has a clean sweep of 10-0, and the big question is, can Rose net a point as the game sharpens and the time controls, they start to tick down? Well, Rose will be looking now just to take as many points as she can just for pride, but for Divya, she is just saying to us all, I am here and I'm here to win.
She's here to win, and can Rose score is now the main question, because she has had her chances, she has had draws in her hand, she has had winning positions too, but it's not what the scores are saying. 10-0 in favor of Divya Deshmukh, and what's left is 15 minutes of bullet chess, 1 minute with 1 second increment. Oh, Rose has just left the board. I was going to say she has just left her computer. What's happening? Or is it just that our camera has frozen? I see moves being played, but Rose is not sitting there. What's going on?
It's the ghost of Rose playing these moves. No, I think there's something frozen with our cameras, and we'll try to get it back. But in the meantime, the moves are being played as we're seeing Rose with the black pieces. She's gone for the same stonewall formation, setting up a very solid bit. But this time she's playing very confidently and very quickly, and she's ahead on the clock, which is so important. And Divya there offering up a queen trade. And Rose says, yes, but it's going to be on my terms.
I'm just so puzzled. It's Divya versus Rose's chair, but it must be our camera frozen from earlier when Rose went away for the break, and we're trying to grab the camera again so we can show you that Rose is sitting there and is the one making these really strong moves. Now the bishop putting pressure on the c4 pawn. The rook is coming into the position as well. King is being activated. It's very well played, and she's maintaining her time advantage.
She's maintaining her time advantage, and the bishop drops itself back, offering up a trade of rooks. And I got to say that I like what Rose is doing. I don't think she has any problems at all. As for a second, I thought our cameras had, well, not our cameras, but Rose's camera had come back to life. But Divya, I mean, she's working miracles here, as from an equal position she's managed to get a dominating one as she's improved the king position. Now the rook has improved itself as well, and this is the problem for Rose, that her rook is now extremely passive. The bishop is going to actually, what to do? She's got choices. Can she go d6? She can go bishop to b5 check.
And now in this rook game, it is white who is so active at the pass pawn, the king on e5, and Rose's rook has to be guarding the f5 pawn. Can Divya make a breakthrough? She's pushing a4 and now d6 just in the right moment, ready to enter black's position with a check, and the king is sitting very well on d5.
Yes, and we're seeing the rooks get offered up for a trade. And okay, well, this one requires quick calculation.
The king and pawn game is looking very promising with king to e6, threatening king e7 and also attacking the pawn. But she's going in the other direction. Is it still winning? It looks like it's still winning, but it has to be now king to b7 and grab these pawns.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, it was a very tricky king and pawn endgame, but I like this one. This one is definitely going to be easily winning for Divya. She grabs the b pawn, and now the a pawn just comes running, and there you go. The queen is going to pick up all of the pawns. It's not even a contest here.
The only contest is the time situation. 10 seconds left for Divya, so she needs to make sure that she keeps playing fast, and this is the moment when Rose resigns. It's already 11 points, 11-0. Divya is absolutely crushing it in this match to qualify to the quarterfinals. But Rose, can she score? Because it's not only about who wins the match, it's also about how much of the prize are you taking home. So the points matter for the prize percentage as well. The more you score, the higher your prize.
Yes. And Divya says, I want it all. I absolutely want all of the points and all of the money. Thank you very much. And we're seeing 11-0 from Divya. But, you know, I think this is just simply showing us that Divya is in a class of her own right now, because Rose is a fantastic player. Let's not forget that. And at the minute, we're seeing f6, d4 is the correct counter to this. And Divya is just playing so strong that she's making Rose look bad. But really, Rose is an amazing player is what I want to say. And Divya just leveling up.
Absolutely. Rose has proved herself so many times already. She's only 17 years old, but getting her international master title approved. She has won the top female prize at several Chess.com events. She even has a slightly higher rating than Divya in a Chess.com Blitz and Bullet, but Divya is an absolute class and is showing why she is one of the top female players in the world overall in all time controls. And her experience and confidence are coming through in this match. And I'm sure that Rose will take a lot of learning points from this match and come back much stronger.
Yes. And so what I got to also just salute Rose, because she has fought every single move of these games, that she has really just given it her absolute everything. The knight comes in, and be careful, Rose, because there's a checkmating idea on g2 that was blocked with the pawn. Very nice. And Rose has a great position here. She has a target. She's snatched up a pawn, but she does have a somewhat weakened king. But Rose can simply fend that off, holding everything nicely together. Now she just has to rescue that knight from dodge. And she... Oh, Rose. That doesn't work, does it? Rook takes knight.
Counting on a tactical combination, but it's not working because of queen to e5. She doesn't have time to win the piece because this is captured and the rook is seeing it through the X-ray.
Yeah. And, the frustration on Rose's face there is so close to getting just a point, a half a point, anything will do. And Divya wins yet again. We have 8 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the match, and Divya goes for this nice and simple setup, which has proven to be filled with a little bit of random.
It really has, and we are about to see if Divya will manage to capitalize on this again, because it starts solid, but then she always finds a way to create a dynamic imbalance and tactical chances. Divya is so good at the spotting tactical opportunities and going for brave and bold decisions that give her those tactical chances.
Yes, and Divya just going for the same setup as before. So she's driving that knight back from e4. First make some trades, then I'm expecting her to go f3 at some point just to break that grip that black has on the center, and then you can just build up on the f line and strike out with e4. But Rose gets there first. But was this the wrong time? It looks like the most natural move, but maybe there's a knight to b5 jump at the end of everything.
Maybe so. It really felt like it was natural, but now it's Rose who is pausing and deciding whether to take here or here. It's very messy. She even has knight to g4 to attack h2 with a threat of checkmate. Wow, look at this central structure. All the pawns are being offered in the center. You can take and trade any of them. They are trading on d5 now, the knights, but intermediate move, trading the rooks first.
Yes, and everything is very balanced here after that flurry of moves. And we're seeing the queen just line up. Be careful, because the threat is to go d3 and give some discovered checks. And wow, I like the way that Rose is playing. She's saying, I will force through d3 at any cost. Okay, queen has to move. And then d3 will appear, followed by bishop coming in. Maybe she can go a5 first. I don't think she needs to worry. Or she can go bishop to c5, threaten bishop to e3. And Divya feeling the pressure, but Divya with her own counter threats of a checkmate there on g7.
She's guarding g7 with her queen and keeping an eye on the c file as well. Now bishop to h3, Divya is coming in with this bishop as well, trying to get to the black king. So you can give a check on e6 or trade the queens. That's what's happening, and it's a very peculiar endgame. 2 bishops for each player. This pawn is about to be promoted, but luckily for Divya, she's got that bishop that's blocking the promotion square and now marching toward the pawn with her king.
Yes, she's marching. I would have preferred a3, b4, but I think this is also good enough as well. The pawn on d2 firmly kept under lock and key, as we're seeing the bishop's dancing. Players on seconds though. Rose only got 2 seconds left on the clock. The position is level, but will Rose manage this?
Only 1 second is the increment. There is no time at all to think, and it is a draw by repetition. The first draw in the match. This is important for Rose to score, whether it's half a point or a win. You need to start scoring after what completely has been domination by Divya Deshmukh. She was on 12-0 when Rose finally scores her first half a point.
Then you can just relax, right? You can relax once you got that first half a point. And then you can just say right now, okay, I will play some chess. I mean, now it's got 4 minutes and 23 seconds remaining of the bullet as we're seeing Rose go for e4, setting up some kind of Maroczy pawn structure with a bishop there on g2. So White's plan is usually to just connect the rooks, jump in with a knight, with a well-timed knight to d5. And Divya says, no, I'm not going to be allowing that. So instead, she wants to put her knight onto c5 in order to put pressure on e4. But the queen comes out. Good move there from Divya. And knight c5 is something that I immediately would start looking at, or just maybe swinging the queen across to h5. Just get the queen out of harm's way. But Divya, she's so direct. She goes for b5, the most confrontational move. Wow.
So Divya retreats the queen and now takes on b5 with the bishop, offering it for a trade. I think knight takes b5 makes perfect sense because you don't want to be losing material on the diagonal. But with this bishop now being taken, it's opposite colored bishops and a knight each. And this knight is quite tricky. Attacking the queen comes back, but now knight c4. Attacking the queen and protecting the bishop at the same time. So Divya coming in with the knight jumps and grabbing that pawn on the a file.
Yeah, and Rose just going active with the rooks. That's what she needs to do. But Divya, I mean, it's just been the Divya show in this whole match. You know, she's been so good, and now she advances her e-pawn. Will she go f5 to preserve it? Well, that was the computer suggestion, but I can understand why she does. I can understand why she didn't want to do that, because of some potential problems on the f line. She's already a pawn up. This one, oh, knight comes back, and maybe she can go g5, h5. Oh, wow, she's setting it up, Anna.
Yeah, she's setting up a potential mating net around the white king. It's an end game, but that king is stuck on the edge of the board after rook g1. There's no way back for it.
Yeah, that's why Rose has had
Knight
to
fork.
Chase away. Knight takes f2. The rook defends the pawn. Okay, the white king is still in trouble there, as we're seeing Divya start to slowly advance up. But one thing I got to say about this knight on d3 is be careful. It doesn't have any stable squares, and it could get chased away by the white rook. Okay, knight d5. Very good there from Divya.
Now the rook is attacking the bishop, and suddenly black's pieces are really powerful. So Divya has managed to bring both the rook and the knight in, threatening on g3.
Perfect stuff. It just has been absolutely.
She just needs to move. 4 seconds left. Divya should not flag, but same goes to Rose. There's no time to think. This is bullet chess. There's a check now. Rook coming to attack the pawn, but the knight has to be guarded.
And a nice trick there from Rose as she wins the f7 pawn, and Divya there with a smile on her face. But this is going to finish in a draw, as the bishop is just simply going to move. It's all completely balanced. 44 seconds. And Divya, she's having the time of her life, and it shows as she's messing around with the knight. There is no plans on winning this one. It's just going to be until the engine says it is a draw. There you go. Final one.
Divya laughs, and this is the last bullet game in the match. It's 13-1. 12 wins for Divya Deshmukh, 2 draws, and no win for Rose. Can she win this final bullet game? Because she certainly had her chances. There were winning chances for Rose in this match, but Divya is an absolute class, and she's enjoying so much the match from the very first moment of the match till the very end. She's been listening to her favorite songs, dancing, singing along, playing absolutely brutally strong moves while having a blast.
Yes. And that's exactly what you need to do in order to play good chess. Divya is following that formula to the letter. Put some music on, have a great time, and let the moves flow. Let the moves vibe to the beat. And Divya there, she's playing those active moves. She's played to her strengths the whole match. She's good at calculation. She gets those active positions. She presses Rose. She makes her use up time on the clock. And it is just, I almost feel like it's a championship winning strategy. And if Divya can keep up this style of play, she looks unstoppable.
She does look unstoppable. And Juven June is the defending champion. She hasn't lost a single match. In fact, she won it twice already in a row. But I think Divya Deshmukh is certainly one of those players that will give a huge fight if she manages to play against Juven June for the title. We'll take a look at the bracket later on how soon would they play if they were to keep advancing in the tournament. But so far, looking great for Divya Deshmukh. I agree with you, Joey. And as I said it, I think she has just made one of her first mistakes in the entire match. Why is Rook to A1 such a big mistake?
Yeah, Rook A1 did not look like a big mistake, and it was to do with a capture of the knights. It didn't get played, but Rose is now fully in control. Well, this can be a consolation prize if she wins this. It's going to be the final game of the match, as we're seeing Divya fighting out with the two knights on the board. King to F8, last move by Rose. And here, Rose is just a comfortable pawn up.
Pawn up and also more time on the clock. This could be the first game that goes in favor of Rose, but we have seen this before, that she has had her chances. She even had significant and winning positions as well. But Divya keeps playing such strong moves. The rook coming to the 7th rank and now knight a4. She keeps finding the best way to fight on and put pressure on her opponent. And she's more than back in the game with those knights threatening the bishop. Trade on e6. The pawn on a6 is falling as well.
Yes, and suddenly, just like that, Divya, with her speed, has reversed the roles. She's now a pawn up, and it now is Rose defending this one. F4 could be played, but the rook comes and attacks the bishop. And it's a question of speed as Divya ticks down to 3 seconds. Okay, she's dropped the F2 pawn. So now this one is gonna knight to F5. And is Divya going to be repeating moves? No, she plays for it. Watch out, there's rook takes G7.
You're not safe there. And she knows that, the knight has just been blundered.
Yeah. And Divya just working the magic again with no time on the clock. She just finds those mating nets. She finds those opportunities. She's now a piece up. And Divya finishes off with a win. What a performance there from Divya Deshmukh. She has set the standard.
Absolutely dominant performance by the Indian star Divya Deshmukh, who advances to the quarterfinals of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. And Rose Atwell, only 17 years old, this American talent, she will certainly be back in future events. She's such a talented and determined player. She has had her chances in this match. Doesn't show on the scoreboard, but she has had chances in all the 3 segments, and I'm sure that she will take home quite a lot of lessons, very important lessons for her future development. We will hear a lot more about Rose Atwell. I'm very certain of that.
I'm absolutely certain that the future is bright for Rose, but for the time being, it is all Divya, as she is our 5th quarter finalists. Well, take a look at that there at the bottom. She will be playing the winner of the match between Bibisara Assaubayeva and Afruza Khamdamova. That will be occurring. That's going to be our 2nd match of the day. But Divya, what a performance it was from start to finish. 5-0, then another 5-0, and then in the bullet she just showed us all. She is the queen of speed. I mean, I'm almost speechless here. I mean, we don't see a performance like this too often.
No, this is one of the biggest scores ever in a speed chess championship, full stop. And she has dominated the match, and not only dominated the match, she has had a blast. She's been listening to her favorite songs, dancing, singing, enjoying the games, enjoying the vibe, and it has worked perfectly for her. I'm really curious to see if she's going to continue in this spirit in the quarterfinals and semis later on if she keeps advancing. But so far, it's looking very bright, the future for Divya Deshmukh in our event as she advances to the quarterfinals.
Well, you're curious to see how she is going to do in the quarterfinals. I'm curious to hear what Divya is thinking. We're going to go on a short break whilst we try and catch Divya and get her thoughts on what she thought of the match.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true, but there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations, and that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days. And then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.
Okay, so white to move, so picture white perspective. White king b5, b like boy.
Okay.
White queen e6. White bishop d5. White pawn b7.
Okay.
Okay. Black king e8. Black rook h8. Black bishop c7. Black knight a8.
A8.
Correct, in the corner, yeah. And black pawns b6 and e7.
Yes.
And that's it, white to move.
Checkmate into because it's winning position and redundant. Checkmate into. B8 knight.
Okay, and Let's say the bishop takes the knight.
Queen c8 white.
Okay. And
the reason is now the only move black can do in the first position that's not mate in one, it's bishop d8. And that's why I put the knight, and after bishop d8 I have queen f7 mate.
And there's one other toggle move, which is rook f8, which seems to do nothing but...
Queen d7.
Very good.
Yeah.
So black either puts the bishop or the rook in the way of the king, and you mate the other way. Fantastic. All right, did you find some beauty in that one?
Yeah, it's a nice one. I liked.
Have you ever promoted to knight in a chess game?
I think no, but maybe I forget, but no.
Okay. It'll be a thing of beauty when you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, you crushed it. Thank you, Bibisara.
Thank you.
And we are back with the winner of our first match of the day, the one and the only Divya Deshmukh. And Divya, congratulations, 14 points to 1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's a good feeling. I've never really beaten somebody 10-0 in online chess, and I don't even like playing online chess. So it's a surprise to me that the results went this way. But yeah, it's good.
Congratulations, Divya. It has been absolutely a dominant performance by you. As you said, with the 10-0, the adoption, as they say, in online chess is how you started this match. And I wanted to ask you about how you approached this match with a banger playlist. Can we know what you've been listening to? And would you recommend that this is the way to go? This is how you play the best chess of your life? And would you play chess, classical chess over the board with music if you could?
Yes, I would. I would definitely would. It's really nice that I actually didn't know that we were allowed to listen to music. So I got to know it just like 10 minutes before the round, and then I played my playlist, and it was really good. I was just vibing the whole time.
Could you name some of the artists maybe so that we can listen to the same music as well? Would we know the artists, or is it mostly Indian music that you listen to?
Some of it was actually most of it was Indian. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'll need a link. I love Indian music.
Sure, I'll send you.
We could definitely see that you were vibing, having a good time. It showed on the screen when we saw you bopping your head. We also saw you singing along. But it also reflected in the mood
you didn't hear me sing along. As long as you see it, it's fine.
Unfortunately, we couldn't hear you, but we could see you.
I'm glad.
But it definitely reflected on the moves. And I just wanted to say, what was your preparation going into this? I mean, had you studied Rose's games? I mean, did you have a game plan in mind?
Not really. I mean, of course, I studied her games and I looked at what opening she does and everything. But I didn't really have a game plan. I think not having one works best for me. I didn't have one last year and it went well. So I just decided to follow the same routine, and yeah, it's working, I guess, so far.
It is working very well for you, and you will be in the quarterfinals playing either Bibisara or Afruza. They will have their match right after yours. I think dinner time is waiting for you, but would you maybe watching that match on the side and see who will be your opponent?
No, I'm not watching. I think I'll just check at the end of the day who it is.
Makes perfect sense, and you deserve a big rest.
Yes, and I was just going to ask some questions from the chat before we let you go, because I do know it's dinner time and you probably are quite hungry, although you're very hungry on the board, it appears. This is a question from Krishna 21234. It says, what is the song recommendation for speed chess?
There are so many. I was changing songs throughout the games, and I was adding them to queue before my next game began. But okay, the usual ones I really like listening to Imagine Dragons. So
I love Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, it's really good during games. So I would say I was listening to Sharks and then Whatever It Takes, Thunder, everything like that.
I've always been a huge fan of you, Divya, but now I'm even more so because we also love the same music.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. Oh, also, we noticed that your Chess.com icon is Anna's. Prove them wrong.
And the little icon next to your name, but I'm not sure you knew that when you pick the Chess.com flare, there's a little face there. You might have not known, but I found it quite interesting.
When I was younger, I used to watch Anna and Sopiko's I think you both were Miss Tactics and Miss Strategy, so I really like that. But okay, this has no connection to that. I just liked whatever looked the best, and I just put it 3 years ago or something.
Oh goodness me! You know the Miss Strategy, Miss Tactics series from back in the
I
day.
used to watch it a lot.
Wow. Wow, thank you. That's a huge compliment to me and to Sopiko. I'm definitely going to tell Sopiko about it because to this day we have best friends and I'm also the godmother of their child. I was there when the third baby was born. I was in the surgery room. So that's how far chess friendships can go and the Miss Strategy, Miss Tactics series.
That's very sweet. It definitely helped me a lot.
Thank you for the kind words, Divya. And your chess has been absolutely crushing. The next question by Mercury from our audience is about that. If you expected to do this well in the match today?
I didn't really have any expectations, I'd say. But okay, 14-1, I didn't expect that, no.
No. Well, it happened, so definitely enjoy that. We have one final question before we let you go, and this one is from Ghost Shiv's Official. It asks, if you could have any second from the chess world, who would it be, please?
Oh. I don't know, actually. Because I've never experienced what the old legends were like, let's say Bobby Fischer or Mikhail Tal, I would really like to get to know what goes on in their minds, so maybe one of the two.
That is an excellent choice, Tal or Fischer. Wow. Divya, you definitely have been channeling your inner Tal and inner Bobby Fischer with those tactical blows. It's very much your trademark style. We want to congratulate you again on the win and good luck in the quarterfinals. You earned that dinner that's waiting for you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Divya. And well, that takes us to the bracket so far. And as we can see, we already have one quarterfinal just determined, Ju Wenju and Alice Lee, but all eyes are going to be at the bottom. There we are seeing Divya Deshmukh as she plays the winner of the match, which is coming shortly between Bibisara Assaubayeva and Afruza Khamdamova.
And that is the match that will be starting shortly to determine, as you said, Joey, who will be the opponent of Divya Deshmukh in the quarterfinals. I expected a close one for this match between Divya and Rose, and I'm expecting a close one for Bibisara and Afruza, but I'm realizing I'm really bad at predictions.
You and me both. I thought that this was going to be a close match, but in the end, it was Divya who was in boss mode. For our second match of the day, it is Bibisara Assaubayeva, a three-time Women's World Blitz champion and online speed queen, as she faces the might of Uzbekistan, a new upcoming talent, Afruza Khamdamova. That is going to be one match to watch. So stick around, and we will see you in a few. See you after the break. And we are back with the Women's Speed Chess Championship round of 16, and it's our second match of the day. We'll be finding out who is the one who's going to be facing Divya Deshmukh in the quarterfinals. And for those of you who just joined us, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm with the brilliant International Master Anna Rudolph. Although she's trying to trick us all with her hair color change, because it just
and you keep giving me the biggest of compliments. I don't think I'm brilliant, but our players are. We have the top chess female players in the world fighting it out for the throne at the Women's Speed Chess Championship. We have seen a brilliant Divya Deshmukh qualifying to the quarterfinals, and who will be her opponent will depend on this very same match that we are about to start hosting here. Bibisara facing Afruza. Bibisara from Kazakhstan, Afruza from Uzbekistan, and neighboring countries, and also both of them are very familiar with Blitz and bullet time controls. We have 3 different segments, a 5+1 for 45 minutes, 3+1 for 30 minutes, and finishing with 15 minutes of bullet chess in a single elimination bracket where one of the players will advance to the quarterfinals and the other one, unfortunately, will need to be saying goodbye to the tournament.
I know it's a ruthless format, but these are our 2 players. And Bibisara Assaubayeva, she's had a fantastic 2026. She started the year by becoming a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion. She's just coming off a win in Norway Chess. But Afruza Khamdamova, she is just 17 years old. She's also a 2-time World Youth Champion. She's also the current World Girls Under 18 Rapid Champion. And it's part of that new generation of talent, you know, the ones who are qualifying through the grueling Title Tuesdays. So Afruza, she's a very energetic player. She follows the Uzbek style of chess, which actually I got to witness just now in Tashkent for the Uz Chess Cup. And there, I noticed that the players were very active, dynamic, quick at calculation. But we will see what these 2 players have in store for us. It's going to be a fantastic match. And let's remind ourselves of the bracket as we see Bibisara Assaubayeva take on Afruza Khamdamova. And the winner, well, they will face the might of Divya Deshmukh.
What a brilliant matchup, and indeed the playing styles of Uzbek players, and that's very much the playing style of Bibisara herself. So I'm expecting a match with a lot of dynamic games, a lot of tactical positions, and who will handle better the sharp complexities under time pressure will decide who advances to the quarterfinals, I believe. Bibisara, of course, is the favorite in the match, being a 3-time World Blitz champion, also winning Norway Chess Women. Not long ago, she's had an incredible year, as you highlighted already, Joey. But Afruza, she qualified through the speed chess events on Chess.com, and even yesterday she was playing Title Tuesday, so she's very much familiar with the time controls and the online events of Chess.com. I would not write her off. She's a very strong online player.
Exactly. I agree. She's a very strong online on the board player, and over the board, on the board. That's a new one from me. Over the board player. I mean, she's just a champion regardless. But we will see what is in store for us. Is it going to be a one-sided match like we saw just now from Divya against Rose? Or are we going to be seeing another match that takes us into overtime, a la Alexandra Kostenik and Alice Lee? Will we see our first Armageddon? Those are the questions that I want answered today.
So many questions, and we are about to witness the beginning of the match. I'm really curious about the opening choices as well, since you mentioned the playing style of the players and what kind of dynamic imbalances we'll see, what will be the match approach as the players are getting into the zone. This is the final seconds between the first game of Blitz begins. We start with 45 minutes of 5-minute, 1-second increment Blitz chess.
Yes. 45 minutes of 5 minutes chess plus this 1-second increment. We saw that 1-second increment seems to be a lot on online chess, but that's not necessarily the case, as we saw Rose early on lose on time. The players, they are locked in, they are in the zone. They have completely different postures. We see Bibisara, she's very cool by nature, I gotta say, and she's looking very calm on the screen. For Afruza, she's looking like she's more raring to go.
Yeah, she's leaning in, also very different settings as well. I'm wondering if both of them are at home or maybe Bibisara traveling. There's a whiteboard as well behind Afruz, and I'm trying to read what's on it. There's a drawings, there's some motivational writing. It's always great to get a glimpse of the environments of the players and what motivates them, what helps them keep training, keep determined, keep their focus. And what will help today in this matchup? We have seen Divya coming with her banger playlist. Will the players be following that path as well and listening to music? I am not sure of that yet, but we do see the opening moves, Joey.
We do, and we are seeing here an h6 there from Afruza. It was a sneaky move designed to stop that bishop coming out to g5, and often as a response you do just shut in the bishop with e3, and then if you weren't content of moving the pawn on one side on that little board, you can do it on the other side as well. But it's a very trendy idea. I think it was Magnus Carlsen who was first employing it. I'm expecting Bibisara to just kind of go b3, make a move, bishop to e2, and then this is the question: can you take on c5? Yes, she does that, and you're going to argue that this bishop taking on c4 is basically the loss of a move.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with how fast Afruza is playing these moves. Of course, it is her preparation. This is what she wanted to get in her game against Bibisara. So far, working very well for the Uzbek woman grandmaster with the black pieces here, comfortable out of the opening and slightly up on the clock as well.
Yes, it is up on the clock as well. And I gotta say, it feels like a dream black opening. Okay, it's nothing. I'm not saying that black is winning or even much better. I think probably it's level. But the reason why I'm saying that it's very nice for black is because you don't have any problems with development. The rooks are going to be able to centralize themselves very quickly. And it's the kind of position where if the trades happen, then it's just simply going to be fizzling out into a draw. And one thing I just want to say, it's about who knows what square to utilize. So for instance, black has the knight coming to e4. There we're seeing a set of rooks leave the board. Also, this bishop on b7 has a beautiful diagonal to start bearing down on. So I feel that Bibisara is the one who has to play a little bit more accurately.
Yeah, definitely a dream opening, as you said, Joey. Slightly better for black, but that's a lot of times all it takes is to grab the initiative a little bit, even if the position is quite balanced. So we are not talking about any big advantage, but simply the fact that black is more comfortable here on the position and slightly more time on the clock as well. Afruza is now pushing this pawn to chase this c3 knight away. There's not too many squares for that knight. You might have to play knight a4 to not place it on the back rank trade there, but that means your pawns are doubled and the e4 square now is available for black's knight. I think that is one of the moves that she'll be considering.
Yeah, it's definitely a move to consider as well. It's very attractive. And from then on, the knight can even think about coming onto c3 at one day. Another idea is actually to go and target the a pawn already. You can go queen d7, and not only are you doubling up on the d line, but you are also targeting and asking how are you going to defend that pawn. Okay, Afruza goes rook to c8. This is also, I think, a good move. Why not just overprotect all the pieces?
Yeah, oftentimes it is a good idea, and that would be freeing her queen. But now the knight comes in to e5, not letting Afruza to place that queen on d7. You could still target the a4 pawn by going queen to e8 if you wanted to try to claim that this pawn is an immediate target. I'm really curious if that's what her plan is, or will she place the queen elsewhere? I feel like a queen move. There's just several options for the queen are a good idea, or this bishop retreat offering a rook trade. But now, actually, the computer is claiming that if Bibisara takes the rook and then utilizes that moment to grab the c file herself with the queen, then white could grab the initiative and have a slight advantage.
Wow. And that's a really surprising turn of events, because to my eyes, black is the only one that is pressing, right? Because you have the doubled A pawns and the bishops are better placed. But now we see the consequence. The bishop is no longer on B7. It's going to be on C8 and Queen C2. Now, that looks a little bit mysterious because I was thinking Queen C4, but Queen C2 was found by Bibisara. Threat is to take that bishop on C8.
Yeah, and other than that, I'm sure that she's already looking at the king side, because if you do eliminate this knight from f6, then the king would get into trouble. It could be checkmate in 2 if the queen lands on h7. Next move would be queen aj checkmate. So suddenly tactical opportunities for Bibisara with this queen bishop battery on the diagonal. And that comes with a tempo, since this bishop is hanging. It is going to be quite tricky for Afrouza to figure out how to proceed here. Not many good moves. The blue arrow is saying that she has to find queen to c7, because that way she's offering a queen trade and not giving a chance for Bibisara to move the knight. Knight to g4 is one option, or knight to c6, even stronger. If you jump to c6, attacking the queen, and you are opening up the diagonal for your bishop to eliminate the defender.
Yes, and I must admit that knight to g4 was ever so tempting, but knight c6 was the killer move. But we're seeing f3, the blue arrow making an appearance once more. You got to boot that knight out, and where is that knight going to go? I mean, how in all manner is this just equal?
The computer is absolutely crazy, saying that this position is equal because, of course, you're not going to move the knight. Of course, you're going to push this pawn or this pawn and chase the knight away. But Afrouza finds it. It's the only way to stay in the game. She could not move her knight away, so she's counterattacking, attacking the g4 knight, giving up her knight on e4. This was the only way to stay in the game.
Yes. And, well, she had to find it, and it has made an appearance. And pawn takes knight is going to be the response, and everything is okay now for black. And both sides have their trumps in the position. The bishop on b2 is super well placed, and I don't feel like the double pawns are that good. I also just want to draw your attention to the respective placing of the queens. This queen on c2 is so much better placed than the queen on e7. The queen on e7 needs to be somewhere in the middle of the board, so it has full control.
Definitely, and that's why the computer was suggesting earlier to try to place the black queen on the c file, offer a queen trade. In that way, you're trying to get rid of the white queen, or at least chase it away from the open file. Bibisara is taking the knight on e4. Afrouza will be capturing the white knight on g4. And then what happens with that pawn structure? Doubled and isolated pawns for Bibisara, but those pawns are still mobile. She might be pushing e5 to renew the threat around the black king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is why we're seeing Afrouza just calculate everything before she commits. And your e5 has been played, Anna, and it looks very, very dangerous, because how is black even going to be handling that? Because there is queen h7, and it's not just queen h7. There's a bishop also joining in on the action, and it feels like the black king is completely tangled up. But I think it's going to do a massive escape there. I think it's going to run king f8, king e8 to the middle of the board.
To the middle of the board, indeed. And that's the good news for Afrouza's king, that now without the pawn on f7, the king has a way out of that checkmate pattern. So it is a mate idea with the bishop on g6, threatening queen aj checkmate. But if she moves her queen away, she will have that e7 square for the king. It's still not simple at all. It looks absolutely terrifying for this king, that you're going to have to run toward the middle of the board, but that's the only way out. The queen has to move, and apparently queen to d7. The blue arrow is showing that is a great move for Afrouza, with actual chances for black to play for a win if she places the queen there.
She does place the queen there, and a lot of us will just stop with the calculation of the queen takes g7. But the whole point is that that queen is super active. Now the white king is the one in danger. And when it comes to trading off the queens, it's the black king who's closer to the action than the white king. The white king is just stuck there in the corner. Wow.
What a turn of events, and what an incredible play by Afruza, still maintaining her time advantage, maintaining her cool as well, because it was her king that was getting chased, and in a checkmate red of a queen and bishop battery. But now in this 2-bishop endgame, it is black who has really good chances. This bishop is about to pick up the a2 pawn, and then you have a pass pawn.
Yes.
The king can march in. Activity is so crucial, and the white king is not coming anywhere close.
And also, the bishop on b2 is completely dominated. That fact has completely escaped me. But look at that. Now the king is going to start marching in. And Afruza once more. But 10 seconds there for Bibisara as she fights hard to remain in this game.
Now, Afruza is also taking her time because it's no longer obvious how to make progress. Maybe she missed her chance of getting the king in earlier. It's still looking very promising, though, the king march, because the white king is stuck on the king's side. Bishop to c4, apparently, according to the blue arrow, is a winning move to glue the bishop back to where it has to be guarding that a2 pawn constantly, and then get your king into the middle of the board.
Yeah. And this position still requires a lot of calculation, because it's not easy with seconds left on the clock to calculate exactly how you're going to be winning that pawn on e5. Do you trade off dark squared bishops? How must it be done? It's still complicated as the bishops return to the squares. King to d5. This is Bibisara's compensation. In comes the king, one square forward, so you can't just happily snatch the pawn on e5. Everything has to be calculated. Checks there. And 10 seconds now for Afruza as things begin to liven up.
They might repeat moves here with the bishop coming back and forth. What a save by Bibisara, and very much a very precise way of saving the game, because she found a way to march all the way up with her king on the h-file and then the bishop maneuver to give herself counter chances. But great game by Afruza overall. She had the better chances in the first game of this match.
A very impressive game there from Afruza, especially the way that she spotted that defense. Now she has the white pieces, and she's going for a very stable pawn structure where she's traded off the bad light squared bishop, and she's going to depend on these pawns on e4 and c4 to provide her space. Now what she dreams about doing is castling, stepping up with the queen, centralizing the rook, and just controlling all of black's breakthroughs. So that's the danger for Bibisara to mind. And for Bibisara, I'm just seeing whether there's any games on the database. Just 2 games. Hang on, morph as they transposed, rook to c8. And now black can go a6, black can go queen a5. a6 has got the idea of eventually just bursting out with b5. But the knight jumps in to the middle of the board and starts slowly improving.
And finally, it is Bibisara who's starting to gain a bit of edge on the clock, while white's position is still, of course, very harmonious, more space because of this Maroczy structure. She's bringing the rook to the e-file instead of moving the queen. That's also a way she can approach it, but I'm expecting that queen to eventually be placed on d2. I'm curious if Bibisara will follow up with also a queen move to connect her rooks and try to create counterplay on the queen side.
Yes. Queen a5. Also knight e6 is the move that was tried. Very interesting. It is super interesting. Let me get the game up. And then the big question there is, do you take on e6 or not? Or do you just simply say no trade for you and drop the knight back to a square like e2, just to kind of say, I'm going to sit on my space for a long, long time, and I'm going to wait for you to break out. But then you'd have to need to calculate, f5s and all kind of things. So we're seeing a trade of the c6 knight and Afruza going for direct action with c5.
Very active play. It might not have been the top move of the engine, but it's very much in style of Afruza, as you said, about the dynamic factors going to create an imbalance here on the queen side immediately, because if trades happen on c5, black is up a pawn at the moment, but you will win that pawn back eventually with a move like knight a4, targeting that pawn with three of your pieces, and black cannot hold on to the c pawn. If that pawn falls, the remaining queenside pawns of black are more vulnerable than white's pawns. So this is a better structure for Afruza. But she might not have considered as if Bibisara says, hold on, what if I'm not giving you that pawn that easily?
Exactly. I was just thinking that because I feel like if Bibisara just decides I'm going to give up the pawn, then black is going to be worse because of that structure. But bishop to d4, and I'm thinking, oh, what's happening there? Can you still go knight takes c5 and go into that? And I was just trying to calculate it as quickly as I can, but yeah. It still looks like white is going to be winning the pawn, right? As we see the queens come off.
Yeah, I think it was possible to take on c5 no matter what. So it is Afruza's plan that's working out. Bishop d4 is played essentially now after the trade. So I think Bibisara's idea being that once the pawn is taken, at least when she captures on e3, it is the pawn of Afruza that have to take back, and there will be isolated doubled pawns on the e file, so she's gaining some structural advantage there. While with the minor pieces coming off, the queens have been traded as well. It is going to be a rook endgame where white has slight pressure with the more active rooks.
Exactly. I remember someone saying that to me. You talk a lot about structure, Yovi, but ultimately activity is the one that decides the game. I'm like, that's true. But
that's my problem too. This is more important than this, but I would be looking at like, oh my god, this is so weak. This is so weak, but doesn't matter because it gives you the open files and these rooks are active. Bibisara is playing actively though. She's offering a rook trade, not minding that after the trade on d8, her pawn will fall because that will lead to her rook being active as well and grabbing the a2 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's I like the decision there from Bibisara. It's often said in rook and pawn endgames, just go active with your rook, let them become a menace, and that should be enough. Should be the operative word to be a menace. But no rook takes c6 because of the rook check, as you indicated. But rook to a5, keeping the pressure on Bibisara. Now Bibisara has the choice. Does she go rook to d7, go on the passive, or is she going to try for more active defense?
Good question. If she's going to go for that, or will she play differently? I think rook to d2, the move she chooses is a very logical one. Not giving the check, but placing the rook immediately on the second rank, meaning that the white king is caught on the second rank. It's glued to the back rank, and now she's targeting the e-pawns, the isolated pawns of white. Very logical. So at the moment, white is up a pawn, but you cannot really hold on to your extra pawn because you either drop e3 or a2. E3, honestly, nothing can guard that. But does black even want to take it with the structure being like this? I guess you will essentially, but when you do, then the white rook can take on e7. So maybe you're not that interested, in fact.
Yes, I feel like Afruza's playing so well here. King f1, such a great move. And Bibisara, I think she has to maintain that connection to the a-pawn because, as you indicated, rook takes e7. And I'm going to say hats off to Afruza. Afruza's really showing that she can keep toe-to-toe with Bibisara. As Bibisara is the one who's having to play very accurately in order to hold the defense. And we see e6 and... Now, what's next from Afruza? So she goes rook a6, rook c2, or just keep on waiting. Bibisara, that's a classy move. Her big plan, or the dream, is to go king g7 and then march the king all the way to f5 and have some fun eyeballing the pawn on e5.
That is a great idea, and she's following it up with this pawn push as well to challenge White's pawn push attempt, at least make it in a way that that pawn of White might become a target if you were to push g4 and not allow the Black king to get activated and march toward the f5 square. Some really, really instructive play by both players. I am impressed that this rook endgame, they are finding ideas and resources that are very much something that we can all learn from. At least I am taking notes because all these pawn pushes for Black, and now h4 as well, fixing the pawn structure, making sure that the g2 pawn will remain a target and White has to keep an eye on that pawn forever. Otherwise, if these pawns fall, then it is Black who will have some really advanced pass pawns.
Yes. And what also caught my eye as well as that, what you just said, is keeping the rook on b2. How that prevents White from going a4, b4, trying to advance up the board with the queen side. But we're seeing rook a7. I'm expecting now Bibisara to wait with the king. She can just shuffle between king g6, king g7. And it's very difficult to see how White is going to be making progress as Afrouza ticks down to under the minute.
And if she uses a lot of time, maybe it will be Bibisara who doesn't want the draw anymore. It should be an equal position. This rook endgame objectively is a draw. But in a situation like this, with just the final minute of the Blitz game left, who knows? I would expect now repetition. If the kings go back and forth, for instance, that would lead to a 3-4 repetition, and then neither player can make progress. But let's see. Let's see if either of them are more ambitious than that, and then mistakes can happen too if you push too much.
And yes, okay, I was wondering whether Afrouza would push, but she decides to repeat moves, a draw between the two. So 1-1, starting with 2 draws. And Bibisara now with the white pieces. She didn't seem to get too much with her earlier game. So now we're seeing knight f3. And she's gone for maybe we're going to be seeing, it depends on whether, no, we're seeing g3. So it's like a delayed Catalan. Neo-Catalan is the official name for it.
Yeah, she's still not playing d4, keeping the option of leaving the pawn on d2 or playing it with d3 as well. And what you have said about the match so far, I think that's so true. And I think it says a lot about how strong of a player Afrouza herself is, because we have seen 2 draws, but those 2 draws were because Bibisara fought really hard to stay in the game and defend positions that were not favorable for her. So Afrouza is the one so far who has had the better chances in the match, even if the score at the moment is 1-1 with 2 draws. Bibisara now is trying a different approach in the opening and is going for this knight maneuver, heading toward the c4 square with her knight and maybe pushing d4 later.
Yeah, and she's going for exactly that you mentioned. And I think that's the only plan that I can see on the board, because you want to be connecting the rooks. I'm a big fan of just getting my rooks together, then centralizing them, and then just playing. But we're seeing trades, and is now d4 coming? Yes, it is. So there's some imbalance on the board. Bibisara has the bishop pair, and the position is relatively open. So Afrouza is the one who has to be careful.
She does need to be careful. For the first time in this match, it is now Bibisara grabbing the initiative, and with those bishops, the diagonal of the phi and cathode bishop of Bibisara opening up, it is getting quite dangerous indeed. She will have to play very precisely, Afrouza, to not get into any trouble. But the pair of bishops is a long-term factor for Bibisara, so this is something that she can play on for a long time, even into an endgame. Once these knights are traded, the position is more open than closed, and that usually favors the bishops, especially the pair of bishops.
Yeah, and we're seeing rook c8-1 take control of those open lines. Bibisara's plan is Very nice. She just wants to, at the right time, just trade off knights, go queen d4, threaten checkmate, get the heart racing, and get that rook behind it. But Afruza is meeting this plan with the same idea, setting up rook c1.
Yeah, all the rooks of black are now ideally placed on the open D and C files. Will we see Bibisara taking on c6 to get the queen onto d4? Will we see her push e4 at some point? There's a lot of questions here, and for her, there's still, of course, room to improve her heavy pieces and get the rook into the game as well. She's taking on c6, potentially following it up with the queen bishop battery, threatening checkmate on g7, and then the rook can come into the game as well.
Yes, and this was what I was talking about. So now Afruza has to block that diagonal. She chooses to do it with the pawn. I thought she might go knight f6, but probably that is way too unstable. But we're seeing a trade of rooks, and it's going to be the same situation that we saw Ju and Jun employ. You know, she was so effective with that bishop pair. And here now you just line up rook d1, e4 is a big, big idea on the board. Watch out, Afruza, you've got to be dealing with that. That on that matter, Anna, what is the good way to deal with this e4 threat?
I was just looking at it because it's the queen that is pinned, but if you move the queen, then the rook is in the pin as well, and e4 would win material. So apparently the only way for black to stay in the game is to place the queen on d7, stay on the same file, but place it on a square where both the bishop and the rook are guarding it. It's not the easiest moves to spot. You would think there's a handful of options here for black, but that's the only move to stay in the game. Queen to d7, Afruza has to find it.
Yeah. And we can see by the fact that Afruza is just using the clock as well, just burning some time, and she's just double checking. I'm sure she's seen queen d7 because it's the only move. No, okay, she plays e5, but bishop takes knight. Check. That's not the only move, of course.
Yeah, apparently staying on the file as well is just very problematic for black now that the pawn is no longer guarding d5. So the same pin is the issue, and the fact that those bishops are absolutely killing it. How do you hold on to the material here?
Yes. Yes, and okay, so queen to d3, queen to d2, and suddenly, just like that, black's position has collapsed. And it's not entirely obvious because you'll be thinking after you go after queen d3 or queen d2, you drop back with a queen to d7. Isn't it the same old? And the answer is no. No, because there's a check. There's a check, Anna, and this is the point.
Oh, that's the difference, because with the pawn on e6, there was never a way for white to get the queen out of the d file with a tempo. But since the pawn has been pushed, in the future moment when the queen goes here, the pawn chases the knight away, the knight jumps away. It's many lines down the line, but there will be a check on the diagonal to win material.
Yeah, and Afruza in huge trouble here. She has to come up with a move. E4 is the big, very simple, very deadly plan. And how is she going to be facing it as the clock ticks down to 1 minute, 33 seconds? Yeah, those small moves, they do have big consequences, as we're seeing e4 with the idea of going queen c4 check at the end of it.
She's pushing the f pawn to try to stop white from going e4. It is resourceful. She's finding a way to not lose on the spot, but that of course is giving up the pawn, and the pin still remains. e4 still is a threat. e5 is also hanging. Everything is collapsing in black's position.
Yeah, it wasn't just one pawn, 2 pawns are going to fall as well. And it's amazing though how quickly a position can just simply fall apart. And as Afruza tries to find a way to save this one, she drops the queen to e7, while here Bibisara can just take on e5. She can also throw in e4 for good measure. Bibisara is going to be getting the first win of this match, and she has a very healthy time advantage to boot as well.
And this is one of those moments when I think she will use some of that time advantage just to make sure that she's converting it in the most decisive way, not giving us any chances, any counter chances to Afruza. She's taking on e5 with the queen, because having 2 extra pawns and a pair of bishops is usually a very good sign of a winning endgame, and that's what she's converting this advantage into. Up 2 pawns, the pin is still remaining on the d5, so Afruza is still not safe from losing a piece because of the e4 pawn push coming as well.
Yeah, and that pawn push, it is small, but it is deadly. And I gotta also say, maybe Afruza is going to be banking on some opposite color bishop endgame. She's hoping for bishop takes knight, rook takes, and then, you know, definitely that's not the best situation for white. But even that, I would say, is still going to be super unpleasant for black. And I'm expecting, to be honest, though, f4 is a nice move just to anchor things together. I mean, it's not just Anna. It's not just the pin. There's also a pin on the diagonal as well.
Pin everywhere. That was the case indeed. The diagonal, the file. And now the rooks are off of the board. What remains is 2 extra pawns and the pair of bishops in this endgame. Afruza managed to not lose a piece, but 2 extra pawns, very healthy extra pawns for Bibisara, and also huge time advantage. So 1.5 minutes for Bibisara, 9 seconds left for Afruza with only 1 second increment per move.
Yeah, and Bibisara, she's excellent at this type of position. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at the technique that she's displaying. Those bishops just controlling the whole board. Now the king is going to start making an appearance. King f2, king e3, bishop b7. I mean, just you don't want to be calculating any opposite color bishop endgames. You can just simply get that bishop out of harm's way, and that's exactly what Bibisara does. She's going to drop the bishop even more, and there's going to be questions about how to defend on a4. But Afruza, she doesn't have too much time on the clock, but she is fighting hard. Okay, now bishop takes knight. This is the same color bishop endgame, and this one, it is pretty straightforward. You just got to start advancing your passed pawns.
Advancing the passed pawns, advancing the king as well. The activity of the white pieces and the extra 2 pawns are making this bishop endgame a winning advantage. And Afruza resigns. The first win in this match goes to Bibisara, leading now with 1 point. But there's still plenty of time left in the 5+1 portion of the match. 13 minutes left on the segment clock for this very first bit of the Blitz. And I think Afruza will try to bounce back. She has been playing really good chess. It has not been at all a match that was going well for Bibisara until the previous game. The previous game was really, really impressive. Trademark Bibisara game.
Yes, absolutely. And Afruza, though, it was just one bad move that ruined her position. Otherwise, you know, we've seen her play some fantastic chess. Queen to b6. Well, that a3 there from Afruza getting the double exclam. You can't take the pawn on b2 because after knight a4, the queen is trapped. So very nice tactical point. But the issue is for white is how to continue the development. Just going to check how many games. No games in this particular position as the knight chases away the queen.
Interesting that there's no games. I would have expected at least a handful of games. And the queen gives a check, the knight returns, the queen returns. So this is an offer of a repetition of moves. I don't think Afruza is interested in it. I think she will proceed. She does have to deal with the threat on d4 that knight is hanging. You can guard that knight by moving your bishop away to c4 or drop it back to e2.
Yeah.
Or take the draw if she wants to. Bibisara doesn't want the draw.
Well, she's offering another draw as well. She's saying, hey, if you go queen b6, we're going to be repeating the position enough times. Would you like a draw? And it is Afruza to play, as we see bishop to g7 on the board. And bishop to e2 being played. So, okay, for Bibisara, question is castles. I'm expecting castle kingside, but I wasn't so sure seeing Afruza play. I had a suspicion that Afruza is one of your h4, h5, g4 kind of girls.
I think she's very capable of those pawn pushes, and I would love to see it. Attacking chess, go for it, and very much in the style of Afruza. And so it is for Bibisara. Neither of these ladies are shying away from dynamic, combative chess and the tactical approach. Knight e5 gets a question mark from the computer. I think that's way too harsh on the assessment here. That's a very natural knight jump heading toward the c4 square. Also, b5 can be a follow-up by Bibisara, get the rook to the c file. And Afruza is castling queenside. Jovi, you called it, that she's probably just banking on those pawn pushes on the king side and go for Bibisara's king.
Yeah, I must say I was kind of expecting h4 and maybe the king to live on f2 just for a little while, because I'm very terrified about Black's counter-attacking possibilities right now. Because yes, bishop h6 is a kind of a standard attacking motif, but this whole concept of going a5, b4, and rook to b8, saying, no, that's too slow. But it's not because of the knight jumping to the middle of the board.
This is such a complex position. Both players are not finding the best moves, but it's very understandable. The computer is critical because the best moves aren't always the most logical in such a complex situation. In fact, now, for Black, the best is to not trade the bishops, tuck it away on h8 or place it on f6, but not allow the trade of the dark squared bishops. I wonder if that's what Bibisara will go for, or will she just focus on the queen side and continue maybe marching with these pawns and try to open up the files for the rooks or the white king?
Yes, I mean, it's super tempting. She finds the best move. I was going to say it's so tempting just to ignore what's happening on the king side and just be focused on going b4. And that was very, very tempting to me. But bishop h8, preserving that beautiful piece. But now Afruza comes marching in with the h-pawn. And this one is still massively complicated. Either side makes a mistake, it could be fatal.
It could be absolutely fatal. I think it doesn't matter that the computer is assessing it as quite a significant advantage for Black. The position is really sharp. And as you said, Jovi, any move can decide the game one way or the other in terms of who will be doing better. You have to play extremely precisely in such situations, and it's never obvious what's the best way forward. Black sacrifices a pawn with this pawn push, b4. And I'm curious what's the follow-up. I'm curious if she's counting on further pawn pushes, but that doesn't seem to be that strong if White can keep the structure closed.
Yes, I was also looking at the follow-through as well, and I was coming to the same conclusion as you. a5 feels a little bit too slow. It's going to be met with b5. What is the continuation? I'm struggling here. This is not my type of position. Maybe the knight is just going to come forward, but no, she plays queen to b6. I was thinking knight to c4, just improving that knight.
It's also very understandable what Bibisara is trying to do here with the queen and the rook, putting pressure on the b4 pawn to win it back. But the moment she takes that pawn, she's also offering a queen trade. So it's no longer going to look that terrifying for the white king that the position is opening up if you have to trade queens. Ideally, Black would want to keep the queen on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I just checked the best move, in fact, was to go rook to b6, not queen to b6, just doubling on the b line. And now we're seeing an endgame where I don't think White has to be too worried about the king's safety, but instead can just now open up the h line and also enjoy the fact that in an endgame, that pawn on a6 is going to be weak.
It's certainly becoming a target. So going from a middle game where Black had really good attacking chances with the queens on the board, now after the trade, you are absolutely right, Jovi, that it will be White who is enjoying a better position. And this black rook is constantly stuck because of having to guard the a6 pawn. Bibisara pushes it, rightly so, to free her rook. Next move, she could double the rooks, for instance, or continue pushing this pawn and try to trade it to open up the a file.
Yes. Kind of a move that's a bit creative, but it did occur to me, is to go king to b1. And you want to be sheltering the king on a2 so that any a3s can be just met with b3. And you can lock the position down that way. It's a little bit creative, but who knows? Might work. I've seen it done before, though.
I like your idea. I was wondering if Afrouza will go for the same approach. She's instead retreating her bishop. I'm not sure that I see what she's aiming for. She's regrouping her pieces in a way that the knight is stopping black from pushing a3, and maybe she will be placing now the bishop on d4, and the knight can then jump away. Interesting approach. It's not that aggressive or straightforward because she is giving up squares for the black pieces. Now that bishop trade on b5, the knight attacks the rook.
Yeah, but I kind of like what she's doing. It's quite simple, and the ideas are now straightforward for white. You want to be kicking back that knight from that beautiful e5 square, and then, okay, this is a lovely step forward. f4, huge threat on the board, and it will be Bibisara who's going to be struggling with losing the pieces, but bishop f6, very nice defense, and the clock is very evenly balanced. But I just like how everything is very cemented there on the queen side, and that once it's all stable, you can then just go about getting that beat back. And here it is. Drive that knight away from e5.
The knight will jump to g4 or back to d7. We might see a trade on f6, or actually probably Afrouza will just wait with that tension between the bishops, because I don't think that she would have any worries about this trade if it gets her rook onto the 4th rank with pressure on the a4 pawn. She's just pushing g4 and saying, I might push g5, I might push f5, but I'm the one that has this mobility of my pawn structure, while, as you said, the queen side is locked.
And also, Anna, I just want to point out there's a big threat of, well, my dream is to go rook h2, rook h8, checkmate.
Wow, that would be beautiful. A rook sacrifice that Gotham Chess will be screaming for. It might happen. It might happen. The threat is rook h8, give up the rook, and if the bishop takes it, only move, rook takes, checkmate. But unfortunately for Afrouza, it's not winning because of the bishop trade on d4, which Bibisara has found. And now blue arrow suggesting she has to also play knight f6, and then black is better. Black is the one with winning chances.
And she finds it. I mean, I got very excited at that checkmating idea. But with just 20 seconds on the clock, Bibisara, she is the one taking over. White's pawn structure after that maneuver is now in ruins. Knight takes f4 on the radar. Also, you can start improving. But Afrouza, she is maintaining the pressure, just pushing that pawn forward. And now Bibisara, she's now playing on instincts. She's going for the d pawn.
And this knight of Afrouza is stuck on the edge of the board, not the same kind of edge of the board as the h5 knight that was attacking the white pawn. The a3 knight doesn't have any targets and doesn't have a way to be improved because the b2 pawn is always falling. So very sad story for this knight, and that makes difference in this game. I feel like if that knight was somewhere more active, somewhere closer to the center, the position would be way more balanced.
Yes, I completely agree. But knight to f4, that could be something that Bibisara doesn't know, but she doesn't see it. Just seconds left, 6 seconds, and blue arrow, the king should be going towards the middle of the board to keep them advantage. But Afrouza finding some nice moves just to maintain the pressure. 4 seconds for Bibisara. King goes up, but wow, anything can happen in this one.
Anything can happen with a better position for Bibisara, but more time for Afrouza. They are down to their final seconds with only a 1 second increment. Either of the players can easily flag. Rook attacking the pawn. Afrouza down to 2 seconds, 3 seconds for Bibisara.
And this is a nice shot. And Bibisara wins and moves to 3 points to 1. And now Bibisara is the one with the white pieces, and there's 1 minute and 24 seconds on the match timer. This is going to be the last game in the 5+1 portion.
Wow, these last two games, both of them were wins for Bibisara, but there was such a back and forth, especially in the previous game, in the heat of the time trouble. And Afrouza fought so hard. She really tried everything she could, was very resilient, but in the end, Bibisara kept her cool and found those tactical opportunities later in the end game. I'm curious if Afrouza can fight her way back, because she had her chances at the earlier stage of the match. In fact, she was better in the first two games. It's strange to see that the score is not at all reflecting that it was Afrouza who had the better games in the first two games. The last two games were dominated by Bibisara, and it's 3-1 to the Kazakh Grandmaster. With this being the final game, it's crucial that Afrouza doesn't lose it. It's crucial how you go into the break before the next segment.
Exactly. And you're right. The score does not reflect the storyline at all. I mean, these have been so incredibly close, the games. It's been well fought. And we have a blunder on the board as the blue arrow appears. Bishop takes bishop, maybe followed by, let me just tell you the answer quickly there. Would have been, yes, e4 would have been the move.
It was a miss by both players. The mistake was not capitalized on. But what we have instead right now is this pawn push chasing away the central knight of black. The knight has to either go back to f6, or more active square would be to b4. In both cases, though, it is white's rook that's on the d file already. Maybe the d6 square could be used by the knight as well. It's looking slightly better for Bibisara for sure, with the more active and more balanced pieces, but not that big of an advantage at the moment.
No, I agree. It's more of a dynamic advantage, right? You know, because if Bibisara doesn't handle it accurately, I can see this position just fizzling out into a draw. But the fact that she is able to launch a knight into d6 does give her small edge, and it can make life unpleasant. There you go, knight d6. Now the bishop has to move. Oh, the bishop does not have to move. Anna, I'm suggesting a mistake.
Oh, but the blue arrow was showing that rook move, but with the wrong rook is where Afrouza went to d8 with the f rook. Instead, she had to move the a rook to step out of this diagonal, because this is a monster here, and a3 apparently is a winning move. e5 is so logical, but that allows the knight to jump back. That's why a3 first had to be played.
Yes, and suddenly it would have been pins that come back to haunt Afrouza, but instead she gets away with it. Her knight is very solidly anchored by that pawn on e6. So we're seeing Bibisara, though, she's piling on the pressure, doubling on the d-line. I expect her just to take a timeout just to deal with the safety of her king, and then she's just going to try to triple up on the d-line.
I'm expecting that to happen as well. We see pawn pushes first h4, now a5 by black. We still might see the idea Jovi has talked about tripling your heavy pieces. Other than that, I'm actually not sure what other ideas to suggest. That, to me as well, is the most logical, to try to create a pin over the d5. There's already a pin over the long diagonal, but you might want to capitalize even more on the pin. At the same time, that knight is so well guarded on d5, and you don't have pawns to chase it away. That's why Bibisara decides to trade her bishop for the knight and go for a heavy piece endgame.
Yes, and this is going to be the final game in the 5+1 portion. So Bibisara decides to convert her dynamic advantage into something a little bit more tangible. She has a target on d5. Now black should, in order to offset this, get very active with the pieces. The rook on c8 is beautifully placed, and what you want to be doing is just mobilizing ideally to c2, and the white king isn't entirely happy either. So you can defend this pawn either by going rook to d8, or you can defend it by going rook to c5. Rook to c5 is the move that I preferred.
Yeah, Afruza too prefers it. It's more active. It's certainly more active to keep your rook on the open file and guard it from the side and not having it stuck on the back rank behind the pawn.
Yeah. And that's what and then I was going to suggest that, yeah, I love your b4 move, by the way, but black is going to be going queen c6 and then going rook c2, but no, queen e7, instead targeting the e-pawn. And I got to say, one thing I would not recommend is going f4. You don't want to be weakening your own king in these type of endings, because it's all about piece activity and king safety.
Yeah, very instructive. Do not do that, as Jovi said. So it would be a better approach for Bibisara to guard the pawn by the queen, if she would like to, by placing the queen on d4 and patiently waiting for her chance to push b4 in the right moment and chase the rook away from c5.
Yeah, and nice move there, keeping everything controlled. But Afruza keeps on making small improvements with her pieces. Queen e6, everything is protected. You go rook c4. If queen takes d5, then you can simply trade everything off and you're going to be winning the b pawn. And this is what is happening. But Afruza just pausing for a little bit. I mean, is she going to play something funny? No, I don't think she can.
Maybe she's considering whether she wants to trade the queen or take on b4 first. Where would it be ideal for her to have her pawns? Because if she allows queen takes e6, that will change her pawn structure. Or if she takes here, she will then grab the pawn on b4. So two very different pawn structures, both of them leading to a rook endgame. She opts for this one, which seems, I think, the most logical and healthier pawn structure. But h5 now makes sure that this king is more passive. It's stuck on h7. The way to get out of there would be to push the g-pawn and try to trade this h-pawn.
Yeah, lovely technique there from Bibisara, just looking that king out. And I'm expecting rook to b5, and a very nice move, but at some point you have to be going as black g6 and busting out of that cage, because the last thing you want to be doing is allowing white to advance the king, improve to the maximum, and leave that rook on b5 passive.
We now see Bibisara after having paid attention to her other monitor as well. Maybe she was just checking the overall time clock and noticing that this is the final game of 5+1. We have her back fully focused on the game and pushed f4, protecting her pawn. Afruza pushing the g-pawn 2 squares up, offering a trade here and offering a trade here as well. The en passant. Is it forced? We will need to see if Bibisara knows the rules of the internet, that she has to take the pawn with en passant. This is honestly not a bad move. Not a bad move to take it that way, because that maintains your pawn structure a lot healthier than if you do take here. This pawn will be a little sad and alone.
I agree, Anna. The rules of the internet must be obeyed. And and as black, I just wanted to point out that if you do en passant, yes, it's a pit, you got to take with the king, because otherwise you allow white a free loader there, a free pass pawn on the e5, and that you don't want to touch. So king takes g6, and now Bibisara has good structure, so she throws in a rook check. And again, I love how Afruza just keeps it measured. You know, she drops her king back to g7, make sure everything is well protected.
Everything well protected, and she's also maintaining her time advantage. So it is Bibisara who will have to play real fast. There's only a 1 second increment. She's down to her final 38 seconds. The position is not dangerous, but the danger could be that Bibisara is trying too much. She might think that she's the one with the upper hand, with the active rook, with the king also marching forward. But at some point, you might want to find a way to repeat moves or offer a draw, because you cannot push too much. You cannot risk too much with the time situation being what it is, and black having a pass pawn.
Exactly. And I tell you the stuff that worries me, like it's so tempting in this type of situation to put the rook all the way on b1 and then get your pawn all the way to b2. But what white will do is just go, well, thank you very much for allowing me a free hand to advance with my king up to f5. And Anna, I think we're going to be seeing things like rook to b7, the blue arrows appeared. And I was just thinking, E6 is in the air. The king is threatening to come up to f5, and Afruza playing all of the right moves. Bibisara in trouble.
So Bibisara with the white pieces found these really strong moves, but now she doesn't find a follow-up and gives Afruza the chance back to stay in the game. It was very complex. Apparently, instead of pushing the pawn, Bibisara had to give a check and then use that square for her king. Instead, she's pushing the pawns. Also very logical idea, but now black has to find rook to e1. Will Afruza find the only defensive resource? She does. She does play it, giving up her pawn for the e-pawn, and now after king f5, she has this important, very important checks, and the king will be constantly getting checks if she wants to stay around the king's side.
And some nice defense there from Afruza. I got my colors a bit muddled up there, but it is Bibisara playing white, and it is Afruza defending very accurately. I love what she's done now. The rook is a rogue. It's now going to be just targeting g3, and Bibisara making those small incremental movements. She doesn't have too much time on the clock.
It's a draw by repetition. I was wondering if maybe white would try to get Afruza into pre-moving king f8 if you move the rook away and hope for a checkmate, but that would be only in case black is pre-moving the king move. It was a very much defensive resources found by Afruza when she had to. On demand, she found them. She defended tenaciously and earns a draw in that rook endgame where Bibisara was pushing. This is, at the moment, a 2-point lead for Bibisara Assaubayeva, heading into the 3+1 blitz and then the bullet portion. 2-point lead. Jovi, how do you see this match so far, and what can you tell us about Afruza's play? Because for me, I have been pretty impressed by how she's approaching this match.
Yeah, I mean, it has felt like a very close match despite the scoreline. Like, things are turning on just one bad move, one bad decision. And I think it's going to be a big challenge for Bibisara, especially as the time controls shorten down, because things tend to be a little bit random. We'll see whether Afruza can match things on that respect. And speaking of challenges, well, Chess.com has just dropped a monthly bot challenge, which is right now you can earn points just by playing to permanently unlock custom nature-themed boards, piece sets, and profile flares. Hurry up, once the month ends, these rewards are locked away in the vault forever. So type !unlock in chat right now to challenge the bots and secure your limited edition rewards before they are gone. And we are going to be right back with 3+1 right after this break.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're going to launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for Chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
That's the only record I have.
Well done, but come on.
Awesome.
Okay. Who is the youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster?
Youngest one to ever become a grandmaster?
Judith Polgar?
There's so few possibilities here.
Youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster. So I think Judith became a grandmaster when she was 15. Yifan, I think, was 14. Question is if there's anybody younger.
I'll go back to... It's like one of two people again. I'm going to say who's Judith Polgar?
But who would that be? No, it's got to be Hu Yifan.
Polgar.
It's actually Ho Yifan.
Just for a bonus question, Judith was not even the second youngest. She's the third youngest.
Oh.
The second youngest.
Yeah, it was number 2. That's a better trivia question.
Bibisara.
Lagno, maybe? No, she was a little bit later.
Muzichuk.
I won't even ask which one, but no, it's not.
It's not be there.
Yeah.
She's from Russia.
Second youngest grandmaster. Like, there are just so few options.
Or from China too.
So this player managed to become a grandmaster at the age of 15 years and 1 month.
Second youngest.
20 plus years ago.
But from China, so many players, it's impossible.
Humpy?
From Kazakhstan? No?
I'm probably wrong, but I would say who's Pia Kramling?
Humpy. Okay, good.
Yeah, she was really good early on. Ah.
Do you ever practice blindfold chess?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, now we're gonna put you to the test.
Okay.
Okay, players have been doing well so far. I hope you do the same. So this is actually gonna be black to move.
Okay.
All right, so black king h8.
Okay.
Black queen e7. Black rooks e8 and a8. Black bishops c7 and c6. Black knights b6 and g4. Black pawns h7, g7, f5, b7, and a6. Okay, I can repeat
5
back.
pawns, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah.
White king g1. White queen c2. White rooks f1 and d1. White bishops e3 and b3. White knights e2 and c3. And white's pawns are h2, g3, f2, d4, c4, b2, a3.
White knights on e2 and c3, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And white is up 2 pawns. Black to move is the puzzle.
And the white rooks f1 and d1, right?
Correct.
Okay. Black to move. Oh yeah, it's queen h4.
How'd you get it so quickly?
No, I saw these ideas before.
Got it. Was it a little bit harder because the first one was not check, or did you just spot the idea right away?
No, I spot the idea, yeah.
Okay. And just for completion, for people that are not quite grandmaster at home, tell us why you're hanging your queen on move 1.
Yeah, I want to take on h2 and give a mate, and white cannot take on h4 because of bishop h2 mate.
Very good. All right. Well, there was almost no piece missing from the board and you crushed it. So
yeah.
Good job on that one.
We are back, and so far we've seen Bibisara lead by 2 points against Afruza. The big question is, now we enter the 3+1. Will Afruza manage to strike back? Will Bibisara, she is the speed queen after all, will she be managing to extend her advantage? Those are the questions. Anna, what do you expect?
I actually don't know what to expect. I have been very impressed by Afruza. She has actually had better chances at the start of the match than Bibisara herself, and Bibisara is the queen of speed chess, as you said. She's a 3-time world Blitz champion, and Afruza, well, she has played so many Chess.com events. Even yesterday, she was playing Title Tuesday, so she's, of course, a fearless online player, very highly rated on Chess.com, both in Blitz and Bullet. Not as high as Bibisara. Bibi's rating in both of those time controls is higher. But in terms of the match, I think Afruza will bounce back with a win at some point, because she has been having chances but not being able to take those chances. The first 2 games ended in draws, and both of those games were better for Afruza than Bibia won the last 2 games, so it's a 2-point lead. But with the time control getting less and less, shorter and shorter each time, I'm curious who will be the better player with less time. It's now 3-minute, 1-second increment blitz, and Afruza with the white pieces.
Yep, and we've seen there on our screens Bibisara go for a completely different setup in Sicilian. That's one of the great trademarks of the online speed specialists, that they're simply able to play different setups, switch things up. They're very, very flexible, as we're seeing the bishop now come out to e3. And Afruza, she goes for a stable setup where she's playing for control over the d5 square, and there she goes with the a-pawn. That's just to grab some more space.
I like this move. I always try to create some kind of a control over a square. At the same time, the computer is like, no, there's nothing going on, because one weakness does not mean the end of the world, and black's pieces are really active. The rook coming to the c file, the knight is nicely placed on b4, the bishop is strong on e6. This is a very healthy structure, and black might want to challenge at some point that bishop if she doesn't like the fact that it's keeping the rook away from being able to come to d8.
Yes, I really like this whole setup as well. And I noticed with Afruza, she's gone for complete control over the d5 square. So there's going to be no breakout d5s from Bibisara at all. And the question is, your bishop to d8 is there on the board, and after bishop takes bishop, that feels really accommodating. I feel that bishop to e3 might be in order, just to make sure that this bishop is awkwardly placed. And she does return the bishop, but we could be seeing bishop e7. Bibisara invites a repetition. I was also wondering whether she would go knight to g4 just to harass the bishop on e3, but instead we have our answer. And now for Afruza, maybe h3 is the move in order. No, she goes rook c1. She's just making sure that the pawn on c2 is overprotected.
Makes sense, because that will free her knight, and the knight could jump towards the central squares at some point. But Bibisara says, no, this is my moment to shine, and this is my moment to break through in the center and not allow any knight jumps onto that square in the future. She's trading knights on d5, and usually in the Sicilian, if black manages to push that d pawn under good circumstances, it usually means black is equalizing at the least, if not more, because suddenly the position opens up for the black pieces and there's no longer a backward pawn on d6.
Yeah, and as we see, Bibisara takes some time before she recaptures with a knight. The question, though, for both players is how are they going to start to maneuver? I'm expecting bishop to d2, but no, it's an open position. You want to be preserving the bishop pair. So for some reason, Afruza rejected it, but the queens are off the board. Rook takes
now again is the pair of bishops for Bibisara.
Also, Anna, I just realized that rook takes knight, which is the move I want to play to preserve the pawn structure, it would fail big time to bishop g5.
That might have been missed by Afruza when she pushed this c-pawn, and now she takes back with the pawn. Interesting that the computer says it was better to lose the rook for a bishop, that is, lose an exchange, instead of this pawn structure, because now apparently black can play moves like bishop to b4 or bishop to a4, and suddenly those bishops are super annoying, and you will eventually win at least some material here. With the knight, if it comes back, it's going to be pinned. The pawn on a5 will be a target too, and those bishops are monsters.
Yeah, you know, if there's one small weakness that we've spotted in Afruza's play, it's the pin. Every single game that she's lost is because somehow or other she's found herself in a pin. And knight d2, bishop b4. There's our old friend again. And now you have to go rook e2. But rook to d8, and where is that knight going to go? It has to jump up the board, but it's just going to get chased around. So the knight goes to f1. That's a safer move.
It is a safe square for the knight and it's holding on to these pawns for now. This pawn is protected by the fact that the bishops might get into trouble. If you were to capture the pawn with the bishop, both of your bishops will be unprotected on an open file. That's usually not a good sign. And there's the counter attack over the b7 pawn as well.
Yeah, and I was looking at this move and I was thinking, hang on a second, where is this rook going to go? It has to go to f2. And that's what happens. Bishop takes bishop, and now bishop takes a5. And Bibisara, she's managed to net a pawn and keep the advantage as the clock ticks down for both players now around the 30-second mark. Knight goes to g3, but Bibisara is the one in full control. Make sure that the knight is not going to jump to f5.
That was important indeed to stop the knight from getting there. And if it's heading toward f6, there's always a chance for black to push f5, and the knight alone on f6 is not doing anything. b3 to guard this pawn, it frees the white rook. She might want to move it, for instance, to the f5 to double rooks, but I feel like it's never really problematic because black always has f5. In fact, she might just push f5 now. She plays rook to d3, very logical move, activating the rook, targeting the b3 pawn. Now, this pawn push is guarding the pawn and offering a rook trade, which Bibisara accepts, and she's bringing now her second rook into the game. That rook cannot be met by the white rook, so it's doomed to passive defense. The rook will get in, attacking the pawns, and this bishop too is doing quite a good job in making sure that the white pieces are doomed to passive squares.
I love the way that Bibisara has just connected the forces together, and now she's just going to march the king, improve the rook. She's got all the time, all of 10 seconds, and you can just hold your nerve and make those small little incremental improvements. Okay, you got to go and defend the h pawn, and Afruza doesn't do that. She chooses to get active instead, but it's just more and more material that Bibisara is winning. The bishop comes to b4, and this is such a lovely move. Bishop keeps control. Now the king, no control needed because the a pawn is a runner.
The knight is constantly being sacrificed. You cannot take it because then the white pawn was going to march. That was the whole idea of Afruza. But now, after the trade of the bishop for the knight, the king will get to the pawn, and the king and the pawn endgame is winning. So this is yet another win for Bibisara. She is cruising ever since those two first games ended in draws. Bibisara has been unstoppable. This is already her third win in a row.
Her third win. The question
actually,
is,
no, sorry, there was a draw in between. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering the order correctly, but 3 draws and 3 wins is so far the story of the match, and the no wins for Afruza, who has had her chances, but Bibisara eventually prevailed in the last couple of games. It really has been more in favor of the Kazakh Grandmaster, proving why she's the favorite.
Yeah. And regardless of the order of it, 3 wins and 3 draws is a very impressive score there. And Bibisara now with the white pieces, she chooses an unbalanced structure where the knight is going to drop back to c2. It can come to b5, but either way, the play is going to be happening on the b line. And there you see rook to b1 being played by white. I'm expecting this bishop on g2 to become a big monster by going knight to d2. And it's kind of ironic that you put the knight on those kind of squares, but it does make an appearance there. And now knight to e4. That knight on c5, it's a fantastic square. So you should, this is great technique there from Bibisara. Get it off the board.
Very well played by Bibisara, and she's going to improve this knight as well eventually. Maybe right now she might use her queen to guard the knight at the moment, and not choose a path for it. It's looking promising to go further ahead, but that knight doesn't have where to go after a6. So you might end up trapping your own knight if you're careless. Instead, the queen guarding the knight was the right way to go. Now the rook comes to the c file. Very patient. And maybe this is one of those moments when the knight will find a way through, or if you push the pawn, that creates a square for the knight on c4. That's what Bibisara chooses.
Just dream-like play here from Bibisara. I love your knight to c4, knight to d6. That's what you want. And the bishop on e4 is such a good piece. And
Ooh, stepping right into it with the rook on c7. Now this is a tempo and makes it even worse that the knight is heading toward d6 or might capture on a7, depending on the position.
Yeah. Knight d6. And you can't normally want to be going b6, but that's not possible because the knight on c6 is hanging. So the pawn on b7, it is going to fall off. And Bibisara has just played this one to perfection.
Very well played. She might take this pawn because the c6 knight will be hanging at the end of the line. There's so many ways in which she can proceed. Also, just not going for any concrete line yet because white's pieces are dominating the position. She's going back to b5. She might want to take this pawn. I think she's reconsidering that line because it looks like you could be pinned and lose the knight, but knight takes c6, offering your queen attacks the black queen. So the knight is not in trouble, and this is an extra pawn for Bibisara.
Yeah. And maybe this is the most precise way as well, because at the end of the day, the B pawn is not going to run away. It's still terminally weak thanks to the C5 pawn. So I like this approach a lot. Afrouza in big trouble, on the verge of going down to -4 points.
And that will already be a significant advantage for Bibisara in a match where Afrouza actually had her chances, especially earlier in the match. But from there on, Bibisara absolutely showing her class. Maybe she just needed those first 2 games as a warm-up, and now she's the one that's constantly getting good positions, constantly putting pressure on her opponent, both in the position and on the clock as well. Extra pawn, pressure on the b7 pawn as well. If that pawn falls, you have 2 passed pawns on the queen side for white.
Yeah, and nice try there from Afrouza. F5, you might as well do that. Just go all in on the king side. That's it. F4, see how far you can get. But there is a big problem with this, that it doesn't work. There's a big pawn on c5, which needs to be stopped. But for the time being, I think that this is going to cause Bibisara at least to think, because f takes g3 is in the air, queen f6 is coming.
The counter chances here on the king side are definitely not something that can be written off. And Bibisara immediately makes a mistake, didn't find the best way to proceed. And in fact, the blue arrow is showing that after f takes pawn, this is a great chance for Afrouza to fight back if she follows it up with queen to g5 as well, targeting the hanging c1 rook. And then the bishop is hanging as well.
Wow. Okay, and she finds it.
Wow.
It's
but
all
now
systems
blue arrow,
go.
rook b8, because the back rank is weak as well. Absolute madness. Rook b8 to give up your rook with a check. You're sacrificing your rook that can be captured with a check. That's the right move. That's what Bibisara needs to find.
That's insane. I mean, you get there. Rook queen takes rook check. Also, you see, yes, the rook on d7 can just drop back to d8. Everything is covered. Why is this any good? And yes, it's all hinging on the fact that the white king is going to go walkabouts. And Bibisara does not find it. Rook to c2. And now she plays rook to b8, but it's too late.
This was a lot more the human approach. I still don't understand why that rook sacrifice was that strong, but apparently that was the only way to stay in the game. This is, of course, an important move, not getting checkmated on g2. The bishop drops back to try to stop the c-pawn. Now a queen trade offer by Bibisara to get into an endgame where black is up a piece, but white has a few pawns. The queen retreat gave up the e5 pawn as well. So now, again, it's anyone's game because white has plenty of pawns to compensate for the bishop.
I was going to say, this is so random. I'm not sure who's going to be winning this one. 15 seconds and ticking as the queen slides over. And now what can Afrouza do? As you see the evaluation bar line up, but it drops the queen back. That's a good move. Centralize the queen. Threaten queen e3 ideas. Do you want to go h5? This is also...
Ooh, mistake. It's leaving
you
e2
drop
with a
e2.
check. Oh, and now
Oy.
h4. Brutal. Brutal. The king is in a checkmate net. It's checkmate now with queen to h6. What a comeback by Afrouza. And this is her first win in the match. Bouncing back with an incredible save. She was in a worse position, 2 pawns down, and then finds this brilliant attack where the madness, well, that was absolute madness what Bibisara had to find to not lose the game. I don't think anyone would have under such time pressure.
Yeah. And also hats off to Afrouza, who found this way to go all in and to unsettle Bibisara, because Bibisara was objectively winning. But Afrouza now to play, and Bibisara has gone back to this dragon formation. She's combined it with a6, and now f4, aggressive stuff there from Afrouza.
With 14 minutes to go in this blitz portion, I think this is now crucial for Afrouza if she can use this momentum, because Bibisara might be tilted from losing a winning position. She was objectively winning.
She was objectively winning, and yeah, you're right. And we'll see how that particular result affects the players. For Afrouza, it'll be her first win. For Bibisara, her first defeat, and it was done in a painful way as well. But we're seeing Bibisara take some time to consider what to play as she comes out with the queen. Now, I always like to play this type of stuff by going queen f3 and then some kind of f5. F5, E5, those were always the plans, and liberate the dark squared bishop. But it's not entirely clear, because I don't think Bibisara has too many problems. F5 is going to leave a gaping hole on E5, and E5 is going to allow the knight to push itself back. Okay, so D5 there from Bibisara. E5 is the response.
The knight retreats now to d7, might be heading towards c5. This is still really complex, and once the pawn is on d5, will we see in the future Black preparing to change the pawn structure fully by having a pawn on e6 and pushing the c pawn as well, gaining some more space?
Yeah, it is a very complicated position, but I feel that White is the one who has to play a lot more accurately, because this bishop on d3 is blunted by a pawn on g6. So the natural pushes of f5 are not possible, and Afrouza is going to have to play very creatively to generate any form of kingside attack. So she goes rook to b1, b3. I love this whole concept idea of maybe getting the bishop out to a3.
Oh, she has trapped her own rook by placing the rook on e8. You can still save it by pushing c5, but it's slightly more uncomfortable now with the bishop on a3, and the knight finds a beautiful spot on b5 because it was forced to push the c pawn. The knight is heading now toward d6 as well. This rook e8 was not ideal for Bibisara's position.
No, and just like that, there is a beautiful harmony to Afrouza's position. The knight posting up to d6, the bishop is going to follow through with bishop to b5, and the action, ironically enough, is going to be occurring on the queen side. And there we go, as predicted. And it just turned on one move, this rook a to e8.
And that move was logical because Bibisara was preparing to push her f-pawn to undermine the central pawn of White, but it was just one move too short from her getting the position she wanted. Now White is enjoying a lot better situation, as you said. The pieces are more balanced, more space. What's the way to proceed is not that obvious. She is finding, I think, a great one, Afrouza, offering a bishop trade to make some more progress on the queen side. And I'm curious what will Bibisara do, because she doesn't like defending passively. She is immediately trying to get some counter chances and blow open the position more with f6. I think this is very trademark Bibisara, and I think this is the right way to play this situation. Now take on f6 with the knight, and the knight might be heading toward e4, threatening the royal fork, threatening another fork. Suddenly, if this knight wasn't here, knight e4 would be a winning move. So thank goodness for White that knight exists, but that knight too is kind of trapped, the white knight, and now doesn't have the pawn guarding it.
I'm worried. I gotta say, in general, I never like to go e takes f6. I prefer to kind of stabilize that pawn because it cuts the position in two for black. And the reason I really don't like it as well, this knight on d6 doesn't have any squares, and the royal
Oh
fork is
no,
going to
oh
make an
no, oh
appearance.
no.
It's
Oh
there.
no. Oh no.
Knight e4, watch out, Afruza. Knight g3 is incoming. And how are you going to be stopping that if you go king h2? I mean, the pawn on f4 is weak. Also, there's rook f3. And what is the answer? I'm also worried about moves such as e5, breaking everything out. But Bibisara finds a much simpler response. Rook f7, doubling up. And again, you got moves
E5,
like
E5, all those moves, and the rook
Oh!
sacrifice, because if this rook is taken, the knight to g3 wins the queen. A beautiful move. I think both pawn pushes were really good, but the rook sacrifice is definitely the prettiest way to capitalize on this knight fork.
Yeah, and that was an absolute beautiful shot there from Bibisara. And Afruza under 30 seconds, and her position is not good at all. But Bibisara to move, she just has to find a small improving move. Her position is so good, she can take her time with it. She can, if she wants to, go g5. She doesn't have to rush. She decides to go e5. It's a
E5
nice move.
instead. Yeah, look at these pawns. Beautiful center control for black. Extra pawn, and now the threat of knight g3 is renewed thanks to the pawn on f4. Knight to g5 makes sense too, because then you can further push, for instance, f3 to weaken h3. Or she might want to just come back, because I really like the knight on e4, honestly.
Oh, I love your plan of f3. I mean, use that pawn as a battering ram and just start targeting the king.
Wow.
And in comes the queen. So nicely done there by Bibisara. Knight takes pawn, rook takes pawn, anything goes.
Very well played by Bibisara, but she has to still be quick because her position is winning. Or was winning. She might not have played it the most precisely in the last few moves under the time pressure. It still should be okay now in the end game, but they're both down to their final 5 seconds, and there's only 1 second increment.
Yes, and okay, maybe with some imprecise moves, but ultimately it was very difficult to handle with no time on the clock. And in this same color bishop endgames is all about just pushing those pawns, grabbing the space, advancing with the pawn, then the king, then the bishop is going to follow suit. The g-pawn, it is going to act as a big decoy. And look how Bibisara plays this one. Make sure everything is protected. And now here comes the g-pawn, and now comes the d-pawn, and those queen pawns are ripe for the taking.
Those pawns, no one can stop them, so it is going to be both of those pawns heading toward the promotion squares, the king coming in, the bishop is also guarding this diagonal, and this is when Bibisara wins on time, but the position 2 was winning already. There's no way of stopping the passed pawns, and Bibisara increases her lead. It's 5.5 to 2.5 now, with 6.5 minutes left of the Blitz portion of 3+1.
Okay, yes. I reckon we might get in 2 games, but I'm not sure. This could be the last game of the 3+1 portion, and then everything is going to be decided in bullet. But what a response there from Bibisara after losing that game in quite a painful way, because she was winning. She manages to go, okay, that doesn't bother me. Such things happen. And then she came back with a vengeance. Says, I want that lead.
Yeah, I was worried she would be tilted after that game of losing a winning position, but no, maybe she just gave her more motivation. She played it so well that previous game with all the tactical blows and the knight forks that she has capitalized on, and now again we see these knight maneuvers. She's been really using that knight on the edge and coming to c4, coming to b5, those kind of knight maneuvers. The other knight too is still on the edge.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about Bibisara is that as white, she tends to play these quite solid, stable systems, a lot of maneuvering around. And as black, she is really playing the aggressive ones, like King's Indian. You see a Sicilian from her time and time again. And it's very tricky because she's more or less a universal player. And here we are seeing that there is pressure on d3, but I'm expecting white to either take a timeout with a3 just to cover b4, or just go rook to c1. But there's a choice. I should also mention that you can take on e4.
Yeah, a lot of options here, which will make her pause and spend some time. She chooses knight to d2 to put more pressure on e4. This was missed by Afruza, the fork, instead of taking on d3, which was Afruza expected. She misses that. Now she's going to be losing a piece. Ouch.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh no. Oh no, she
this
was
is the first early mistake. I'm just gonna rewind that she was capitalizing on black thought that there would be a capture on d3, but instead e4 wins a piece. You don't care about the d3 pawn.
Yeah. Wow. Such things happen, and now it is up to Afruza what to do next. We've all been in that situation. I've also been in the situation where I've won a piece early on in the game, and then I lost it, Anna.
You did?
I did. Yeah. Well, it wasn't a classical game. It was one of these things. I don't think I was even streaming. I just decided to rock up and play a title Tuesday once upon a time. And yeah.
Oh, so in speed chess. Things happen in speed chess, which means that's good news for Afruza, because things could happen in speed chess. This is still not a write-off, and things she will be fighting, and she already has saved some really difficult positions. Can she save a position where she is down a piece? Now that will be quite a task.
Actually, I did once blunder a piece in classical out of the opening, just as I passed move 20. That was my goal, to survive to move 20. And just as I got there, I blundered a piece, and I was like, oh my goodness me. And I just kept prolonging the game. And 7 hours later, I drew it. So it was everything still to play for.
Wow. So you were on both ends of the piece, winning a piece or losing a piece. And in both cases, it's a game to play. There's so much that can go wrong for either players.
Exactly. And one thing I just wanted to point out, that black does have a big asset on d3. It's something that white is going to have to always look out for. The downside, though, is that black is a piece down, and also those pieces are working very, very nicely. Like a knight is threatening to post up to h5, might even be backed by knight f5, and they start swarming around the g7 point. So those are things that Afruza will need to be worried about and take care. But if she just keeps on prolonging the game and doesn't make it clear cut for Bibisara might get frustrated.
Yeah, that could very well be the case, because of course with a piece up you would want to be converting it into a full point. 95 apparently was not the best, because now white can take this pawn. If you take on the d file, you'll be losing your rook at the end of the day. So knight takes d3 wins that really big asset of black that was to compensate for the piece.
Oh, that is such a beautiful find. Knight takes pawn. And it's not entirely obvious, but Bibisara, she's so good. And she's been spotting these tactics. And of course, she finds it. Knight takes d3, and suddenly Afruza's one hope in this position is gone.
Double exclamation mark for Bibisara's knight sacrifice. You cannot touch that knight, because then you're gonna end up losing your rook at the end of the day with this skewer. The rook coming to the d file, attacking the queen, and behind the queen is the black rook. There's no retreat for the queen that would guard the rook on d8.
Yeah. And by the way, look at the match clock. There's less than 1 minute.
But because Afruza resigns, she gets one more game in. That could be a good strategy.
Exactly. Afruza gets in one more game. She's got the white pieces. She has to make it count. The score so far is 6.5, 2.5 in Bibisara's favor. And we're seeing a knight off once again on our screens. Knight comes out to d7. And then we have the bishop coming out to d3. You know, the more tense games have been when Afruza has really sharpened up the game. These type of positions with f4, e4, I feel like they favor a little bit more Bibisara.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree that Bibisara has been playing these really well. She's very experienced in these structures, and she has been proving why she is the favorite in this match. In a lot of these structures, she's getting better positions, not only equalizing with the black pieces, but also finding ways in which she starts grabbing the initiative, starts posing questions to her opponents, and essentially making Afruza make mistakes. Now, will we see something active here on the king side with pawn pushes, or again, the same idea that we have seen in other games, that the pawn is pushed to a5 and maybe the knight will try to come in? But it's not easy because that pawn is also a weakness, and you can't just play there, as I was going to say, but maybe you can. There's all sorts of discovered attacks. I'm curious what will Afruza play. She drops the bishop back to d2 to guard the pawn in that way.
Yeah, she does that, but already when you start backtracking in an open Sicilian, then black is the one that is better. Black's bishop points down on e4. The rooks are nicely connected, and white's attack is not even there. There's no e5s going to be possible, no f5s. All white has is a small space advantage in the center, and that's it. Whereas black is the one who can, and I'm thinking of setting up a battery at some time. I mean, I was kind of hoping to go bishop c6 and queen b7, but I can see that that's not possible because the pawn on a6 is weak. But rook to d8, and that is not the best move. I saw the evaluation bar start rising, but not because of rook to d1.
It's such a complex position. I don't think either of the players will be able to find the top moves of the computer because they are not the most obvious at all. Right now, though, maybe the Bibisara's idea was with the rook on d8 that she is going to be pushing d5. I'm curious if that's what she's calculating, and of course that's what she plays. Pawn to d5, that is the best move in the position, opening it up in the right moment. Now the bishop is a really strong piece. Both bishops actually have gained quite a lot of activity over the last few moves. So the bishops of black are better than the bishops of white. c4, pressing further on the queen side and capitalizing on the remaining pawns of white being targets.
Yes, and there's so many problems here for white. You know, the pawn structure is just one of them. Also, the fact that the king stands on g1, that's a tactical weakness. And you know, it's telling us that Afruza is in big trouble. The king slides over to h1. I'm thinking you can go bishop takes bishop. You can then dive in with a queen to c2. This is the kind of position which just suddenly, okay, e6. I look the way Bibisara handles it. She's like, you want to go f5? No, not even going to allow that one. I'm still going to threaten queen c2, rook b2 to infiltrate, but no counterplay first. And now the queen can just pop over to d7. Queen takes d3. That's on tap. And the pawn on a5, that's something that you highlighted, Anna, is so weak.
It still is a problem, not an immediate problem, but that's a forever structural issue. The d3 pawn is about to fall. The a5 pawn still will be a target as well. I'm curious if Bibisara will take on d3 to win the pawn immediately, or trade the bishops and go for rook b5. And that's what she's choosing, because that means that the d3 pawn is still a weakness on the board, and she's grabbing the a pawn instead, keeping the queens on the board.
Yeah, and also the presence of the pawn on f4. I think white would like to take it back, ironically enough, and go h3 instead. And the reason I say this is because if you drop the a pawn, somehow if you get a 4 versus 3, then the king safety is not going to be such a pressing factor for white. But with a pawn on f4, it is a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem indeed. And I think Afruza will try to create some counterplay. She's doubling rooks on the c5, but another problem for her is the back rank. So she's pushing the pawn. There was no way for her to activate her rooks immediately because of the back rank issue. Sorry, I think I'm getting mail. So apologies if the buzzer can be picked up by my microphone. I'm not going to open the door, but I'm staying with this endgame because it's a lot more important. Where will the queen go now? It could be activated through the b5 square, the a4 square, even queen e8 is not a terrible decision, but I would expect Bibisara to go forward, not backwards.
Yes, I completely agree. And I'm grateful that you chose to stick with this game rather than answering the door. I think my instinct maybe to just answer things that are pressing would have taken over. So thank you, Anna, for having more self-control than me. But the queen is coming over to h4. Afruza is trying for moves like queen to e7. So Bibisara can't get too greedy. She has to be aware that she must always have an eye on protecting f7. But she can just go queen takes d3. That will be absolutely fine. Oh, but Anna, is there rook takes f7 ideas in the air? Is this
there could be. There could be indeed, because there might be a case where you are able to sacrifice the rook to get perpetual checks. I'm not sure of perpetual checks or the rook coming in, I was going to say, but no, the rooks will be guarding the 7th rank. So it might not be possible, but that idea lingers. So it's certain that Afruza is going for it. Whether it works or not, she's going for the rook sacrifice.
She's going, and let's see that king get his marching shoes. Okay, right, now where's it going to go? It goes up, but she checks on the diagonal. Okay, she can block with a pawn. That is possible. She can step back with the king. And is Bibisara happy with a draw? No, she blocks with the pawn. This was the critical. Yeah, and this is a very nice try.
She takes with the rook, and then the rook can help also protect the king. Oh, she's not playing the right way. Now it is perpetual check, not that way though. Mistakes.
No, I think
back and forth in the heat of the time pressure.
Yeah, and here we're seeing a very nice finish there from Bibisara. She gives up the queen for a rook, but wow, rook takes f7. It was a gamble that almost paid off, but in the end, it was a win for Bibisara. See our players breathe a sigh of relief. And for Afruza, she's stuck there at the board. She's looking exactly what she can improve. But Anna, there we have it, our scoreboard. 7.5, 2.5 in favor of Bibisara.
5-point lead heading into the final portion. The bullet. 15 minutes of bullet is coming up next, but can Afruza make a comeback when the difference is already 5 points? It's going to be quite a tough battle for the Uzbek woman grandmaster, and Bibisara has been proving her class time and again, especially in the heat of the time pressure, just keeping her cool and finding these tactical patterns so quickly.
Yeah, she's been very impressive when the clock starts ticking down. And Afruza has been fighting her move per move. You know, she's really been holding on. But in the end, it's those small margins and they are paying a price. Well, Bibisara, 5 points ahead and everything to play for in the bullet is all going to come down to who is the fastest and who's the best with the maps in the bullet portion. But I got news for you, because you can set your alarms, because the 2026 Beal Chess Festival officially kicks off tomorrow, Saturday, July the 11th. If you haven't tuned into Beal before, you are missing out on the ultimate test of chess survivals, their signature triathlon format. We're talking elite grandmasters battling across classical, rapid, and blitz to grab their share of a massive $50,000 plus prize fund and to be crowned the undisputed champion. So hit !BCF in chat to learn more about the event, or !schedule to sync your calendar and never miss a single match. And coming up after the break, we have 15 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second, so stay tuned.
All right, guys, what are we thinking for food?
Down to get pizza.
Ooh, let's get Mexican.
Pizza sounds good.
Mexican sounds pretty good.
Thai food. That's the worst call. I'm not getting Thai food. Let's play for it. All right.
Playing for it? Nope, not sitting through this. I'm getting pizza.
me get it? No. Why?
Dude, I have way more pieces than you.
You're already
This is
massive.
my first
You're already
one.
massive. Play me for it. You serious? All right, let's go. No, you got it. I'm not sitting in the middle.
Dude, I sit in the middle every time.
That's a you issue.
Play for it.
Okay, I'll play.
My God, just get in the car. Let's go.
Daily puzzle?
I already did it, bro. Let's just go.
Dude, I sit in the middle every time.
Dude, grow up.
Dang, guys, the chess world is crazy.
I know, I had no idea.
Oh, that's insane.
Have you guys even been watching this whole time?
Yeah, we watched the super good show. The whole thing.
It was really good. It was good ending.
It was crazy. We watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
We're here with Grandmaster Bibisara, and we're going to have you play one of our Chess.com bots. And then at the end, you're going to try to guess which bot you played. It's either Gotham Chess,
Okay.
or Anna Kramling,
Okay.
or Andrea Botez,
Okay.
or Mr. Beast.
Okay. King. King H8.
Yeah, King H8, yeah. To quote Eminem, are your palms sweaty? Mom spaghetti?
Yes.
You want to sing for us?
No. I was on his concert. It was good, but it's really hard to sing with him because he's saying all words very fast. Queen E2.
And the mystery bot plays Queen E7.
E3.
Okay. Queen D7.
Rook H4.
Stopping some ideas. And Bishop B5.
Queen F3.
Okay. Queen E6.
Rook F4.
Looks like your position's improving the last 5 or 6 moves, and the bot is
Yeah.
kind of going in circles. Another queen move, Queen E7.
Okay, now he started to play very bad.
But you said he. Do you think it's Gotham?
Oh, no, she. Rook F5.
Okay. Now I will say the bot is announcing that they are in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so C6.
Queen G4.
Okay. Rook F6.
Rook F6.
Okay. Queen F6.
Queen G6.
All right. Take them to the end game. Queen takes G6.
Bishop takes this. I think here we can stop.
Yeah, you have a winning advantage,
Yeah.
although it might take a while to
Yeah.
convert. But let's go ahead and guess your bot.
I think at some moment bot started to do a good moves, but then she probably again started to play bad. Maybe it's Andrea.
Okay, you're gonna lock that in as your final guess?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll turn my machine around. You just played Anna Kramling.
Oh really? No, I think with the bot it's too weak for her level.
Okay, so
Yeah.
do you think we need to make the Anna Kramling bot a little stronger?
Yes.
Because you have experience. You played her in real life, and she gave you a good game.
And I played with her King's Indian, and I have very bad position at some moment. I won the game, but only because of time, I think.
Okay, well, I know who programs our bot openings, and we're going to get rid of the Nimzo in her opening book, and we're going to have her play the King's Indian forever and always.
Yeah.
That'll
okay.
make it easier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now you can play with me. This is so wholesome.
It's that time again when the clocks go down all the way to their limits to 1 minute plus 1 second. We'll have 15 minutes of sheer entertainment. So far, Bibisara is there with a very healthy 5-point lead over Afruza. And the big question is, Who is the better bullet player? Well, the stats do indicate that Bibisara, she has the rating to match there as well.
Quite a significant lead in bullet chess. It seems that Bibisara is over 400 rating points above Afrouza when it comes to their Chess.com bullet ratings. But Afrouza has had her chances in this match, and I think she's very capable of scoring. Can she make a comeback when the difference is already 5 points? This match is the one that decides who will be facing Divya Deshmukh in the quarterfinals, and it's looking great so far for Bibisara. She needs to clinch it in the bullet. There's going to be 15 minutes that can change the story for Afrouza if she finds a way to bounce back and make that gap each time smaller in bullet.
Yeah, that's exactly what Afrouza needs to do. The question, as always, when you're chasing down a 5-point deficit is, can you physically be able to do such a thing? We will see what happens as the players, they are ready, and Bibisara on the cusp of moving to the quarterfinals. There she will face Divya Deshmukh. But for the time being, the final hurdle, it is the 1+1. That's the last challenge for these two players. Anna, what do you think? Do you think we will see a comeback? Do we think that Bibisara will be able to edge it out, comfortably make it through?
I'm hoping for just fireworks. Every game has been, I think, quite a tense battle. We have seen the two ladies giving their best, and that's honestly everything we can ask for. They have been so determined, never settling for draws, never wanting a dull position. Every game is proving to be just a dynamic fight with chances, and I'm expecting that. And I think that kind of chess can give chances to Afrouza if it's enough, as you said. It's quite a tough one with 15 minutes only. That's the overall time left from the match. Now it's less than 15. We are down to 14 minutes and 9 seconds.
Yeah, 14 minutes and 9 seconds, and we're seeing Afrouza develop the light squared bishop out, and there's still some huge pressure on the b7 point as the queen drops back, attacks that pawn, and now the question for Afrouza is, how is she going to defend it? And she goes on the counterattack, but this is not sufficient.
Oh, it seems to be given a question mark by the computer. At the same time, we can understand her approach, that she wants to grab the c5 pawn. If she can't save the b7 pawn, she's saying, I may as well get your pawn too. But queen b6 is a really strong move by Bibisara, holding onto her pawn and keeping the b pawn as a main target. And that pawn, if it falls and it has just been captured, then the a6 pawn too is really vulnerable.
Yeah, and rook c7, just making sure that everything is nicely protected. You can go c6, you can also go knight b3, you can also go knight e5 if she does advance, and now you can capture on e5. That pawn was right for the taking, and the problem is that the knight on b4, that's not a stable knight either. It can be dislodged by rook lifting up to a4. Rook to b1 is also possible, and as the clock starts ticking down, we're seeing Afrouza offer up a trade. It's possible to take it. You can go on the counter, and now the a pawn is going to be falling off.
The pawn is dropped. It is an extra pawn for white, and this d4 pawn might become a target too. It has no other pawns that could protect it. At the same time, for now, and the pawns of Bibisara are not very much advanced. She's gonna take her time though, and she can be very patient in an endgame like this. She's offering a trade of rooks now on d6, attacking the rook, and also now offering a second trade of rooks, because why not? The knight endgame would be quite advantageous, and this way she has grabbed the d4 pawn.
Yeah, and again, some nice maneuvers there, finding ways to keep the e-pawn under cover, and also now picking up the f-pawn. And the checks that keep on coming. They say the knights are the craftiest pieces. In the seconds, we're seeing a blunder there from Afruza. No, okay, that already hasn't worked out, as we're seeing. Everything's changing just like that.
It is a bullet game, and we are seeing what it takes when there's no time on the clock. Of course, it is still a winning endgame for Bibisara, but there's chances for Afruza because both of them are down to their final second. A knight trade is offered. The knight jumps away to stay on the board, but now rook check on the back rank. The rook comes back to e6, g4, and is simply taken, but it does allow knight e3 and further checks.
The checks, they keep on coming, but now Bibisara is in full control. She has a little bit extra time and she's picked up the h-pawn. Now she's advancing. Rook to e8 is going to be a clincher. And finally, she's getting the job done. It was a little bit nervy at some point. It wasn't the most precise with the evaluation bar going up and down, but winning one game, extending the lead by 6 points. Well, Bibisara in excellent shape to take it right to the quarterfinals.
She indeed has been proving why she's the favorite in this match. And even though the very start of the match was a bit shaky and Afruza had the better positions in the first two games, ever since that settled and the games ended in draws in those first crucial games, Bibisara has been fully in control and dominating the match. She has just been so good tactically, very sharp, spotting the opportunities immediately. And all the tactical patterns that she has been applying, as you mentioned, Jovi, a lot of times it was pins that she could capitalize on. And the time pressure too, oftentimes heavily deciding things in the time scramble.
Yeah, and we're seeing the same kind of pattern again. Bibisara using those tactics, using dynamics to gain the advantage here, as we're seeing the rook closely knits everything together, keeps it all stable. And now the queen is just going to start improving itself. Everything is nicely covered. h5 is the move that I'm expecting just to prevent any funny business on the king side. But Afruza is playing super fast. She does have a 20-second lead. Unfortunately, on the board, there is no lead.
On the board, there's none. And with the rook endgame being heavily favoring again Bibisara, this could be yet another point to Bibisara, who already has a 6-point lead, and there's only 9 minutes left of the bullet. And that's the overall match time too.
Yes. No, it is mission impossible for Afruza. She's in trouble on the clock, on the board here. As we see, she is advancing the king. She's holding it firm, but rook to d6, b6 is something that Bibisara can do just to, again, solidify her advantage. She can also drag this game out for as long as possible, Anna, just to run down that match timer.
She could very well do that, or I think what she's doing is just finding the best moves, because she's converting this rook endgame very well. Now both her rook and the king have gotten more active, so she can advance her pawns further on the queen side, trade one of these pawns, and then she has a passed pawn.
Yeah, and perfect technique there from Bibisara. Will she offer up a trade? No, she just drops the king back, and now she just starts to slowly advance the queen side. The rook is going to maximize itself. There's no big rush here, and you can see in the quality of moves being played that Bibisara is an exceptional bullet player.
Exceptional bullet player, 3-time world Blitz champion. She is a speed demon and one of the favorites of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. And this match, it really has been starting slow, but then just fully dominated by Bibisara, who is about to qualify to the quarterfinals to meet Divya Deshmukh in this knockout format where only one of them will move forward. Now, though, for Afruza, there's still quite a lot to play for, because even if she cannot tie the score anymore, mathematically it seems almost impossible, but the prize fund matters. The more you score, the more percentage of the price you take home. So there is still a lot on the line, even if it's no longer a qualification for Afruza to make it to the next stage. the more points she can gather, the higher the prize that she will take home.
Exactly. And it's also been a great learning experience for Afruza. This is her first time in an event such as this. Okay, yes, she's been world youth champion, not once, but twice. And she's just 17 years old. But to play in this type of high pressure format at such speed, it's an invaluable learning lesson for both her and also, incidentally, Rose, who we saw take on earlier Divya Deshmukh. And the queen comes up the board to b5, just attacking the knight on c5. And I was seeing here Bibisara with the white pieces. She's so good in this type of unbalanced pawn structure. She just relentlessly keeps targeting that pawn on b7. Okay, the bishop is going to give a check, or the knight can jump forward. So many good moves for white. But the bishop is attacked, so I'm expecting it to move, yes. And it does so with some tempo, and there you go. Bibisara knows the plan. It is just simple, it's straightforward, and it is effective.
Very effective indeed. And what you said about Afruza and Rose, both of them still so young, both of them 17 years old. The future is bright for both Afruza and Rose, and the fact that they have qualified to play in this field amongst the best chess players in the world, it already shows that they are very talented, very hardworking players who will certainly be back in the Women's Chess Championship in future years as well.
I fully expect that. And with both Rose and Afruza making their appearances at the Olympiad as well, I think we should also watch out for them, as we're seeing there an missed there from Bibisara, but she has a fantastic knight on d5, so the evaluation bar has always been slightly harsh, but blue arrow indicating knight b4, and here comes Afruza. This is where she's so effective, generating that counter. Rook onto the h-line, that's it, it's game over, done and dusted. And Bibisara fighting hard, but can she swap things off?
She's now an exchange down. She gave up material to stop Afruza from making it to the king side with her rooks, and now this knight fork wins material. It still apparently is equal, but both of them are down to their final seconds, and it's absolute mess. It's an equal because the queen can continue giving checks to the white king.
Yes, and we're seeing Afruza there bail out with a draw. Okay, that was a near miss for Bibisara. She's not in any trouble in terms of the match because the clock timer is down to 3 minutes and 36, and she is leading by such a wide margin. And here we see Afruza there. Now she's jumping in with a knight to d5. This is a new approach. We haven't seen her play this type, and we'll see how she gets on. I feel like in the slower portions, she should have switched things up a little bit more.
Yeah, she might be regretting that she didn't. Now she's switching things up, and it seems to be working really well, because look at that black king that already castled. Afruza is not castling on that flank. She's pushing her g-pawn. Very ambitious and aggressive.
Very ambitious. And I like it. Fortune favors the brave. A castle, queenside. Yes, this could be... It could be, if it's a long one, it could be the final 1 minute game of the day. c3, and then the rook moves, and now what to do for white, how to continue the attack. She marches the g-pawn, and I'm expecting the h-pawn as well to join in the fun once the queen gets out of the way. And for Bibisara, where is the counterplay? I guess she has to start mobilizing the knights, knight c4, but instead she plays bishop to g7, this idea.
Oh, these pawns are so scary. It's trying to open up the position on the king side to get to the black king, and Bibisara is also pushing her pawn now as well to create chances on the queen side. I always am terrified when I see this pawn structure, because it means that even in an endgame, that king is stuck on the back rank. So even if you are surviving the attack of white, at the end of the day, that king will be stuck where it is. And that might just be the case that's where the game is heading, that we will see trades of pieces, and the activity, or in this case, the inactivity of the Black King could be a really big factor.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But it takes, ice cold blood in the veins, to suddenly go, oh, the ending's really, really good for me, because you've always got on your mind when you're attacking, let's get it to checkmate, as we're seeing. Queen f2, bishop takes bishop, followed by queen d4 is the big plan. The rook comes into the middle of the board, off comes the bishops, and now this is nice, and got the idea of doubling on the d line, start targeting the pawn on d6, and you got to say that Black is going to have problems with the back rank. You called it, Anna.
It's always problematic with the pawn here on h6. Your king is glued onto the back rank, so this rook is stuck here. The queen and the rook are stuck guarding the back rank.
Yeah, 40 seconds left of the match timer. This could be the last game.
Queen f6 and queen g7,
Queen
but
F6.
then still with queen... No, not that way. She's playing rook d8 first. But now, I thought queen f6 was winning again, but it was missed a move earlier instead of the rook trade.
Okay, seconds left on the clocks as queen takes a6. And now with this runaway f-pawn, maybe it's wise to bail out with a draw. 9 seconds.
9 seconds left of the match. Will we get another game, or is this the final? Is this the final game? And with 3 seconds to go, I think they have just enough time to play one more game. Is that it? Did it finish in time, or was this the final one?
Well, this is the question. I think we have enough time.
We are getting confirmation on what happens in this situation, because they finished this last game with just barely any time left, and we are being confirmed that was the final bullet game, ended in a draw. But what a match this has been for Bibisara, who qualifies to the quarterfinals to face Divya Deshmukh after having won both of these ladies, Bibisara and Divya, qualifying by winning in a dominant fashion today their round of 16 matches.
Yes, I mean, it's been a day where the rating favorites really stamped their authority in different ways, we gotta say. First up, Divya Deshmukh winning with such a wide margin, and then Bibisara just warming up and showing us why she is a 3-time Women's World Blitz champion. But we have 2 quarterfinals locked in. They are set in place. We have Zhu Wenjun and Alice Lee facing off against each other at the top. Katerina Lagno is still to be determined, and there at the bottom we have Bibisara Assaubayeva playing against Divya Deshmukh in the quarterfinals. And I gotta say, judging by the strength of both those players, the speed, the skill which they display today, that one is going to be a wild one.
Is definitely going to be a wild one. I'm so excited about all our upcoming matches, and we still have round of 16 matches as well coming up on Monday. But before we get into all of that, I think we will try to get hold of the winner of this match, Bibisara, because we would love to hear her thoughts on what happened in her match today against Afruza.
We'll definitely be looking forward to that. So we're going to go on a short break. When we return, hopefully Bibisara Assaubayeva will be joining us. Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann.
We have a few different checkmating ideas or patterns. Take us through your process of how to be able to win this position as white and show us the moves. And you can play from both sides.
These endgames are not so easy because if there was no pawn, which is what may sound a bit surprising, there are simply no ideas to checkmate, no matter where the king is, unless it's like we put it some cooperative checkmate like this one, yeah. So, but normally you cannot get there, so it's just a draw. But with the pawns on the board, it's a bit tricky, and yeah, there are some rules, some lines. So if the pawn is stopped on some squares, it's really necessary to block it. It can be winning. If I'm not mistaken, the line goes like this, yeah, and the same on that side, yeah. So if they are stopped on any of these squares or up, then it's winning. But still, to win that, it's it takes a lot of time, and I believe that even if it's here, it will take more than 50 moves to win it. So basically it's a draw if you play like a practical game, because after 50 moves, if the pieces don't move or there are no captures, then it's automatically a draw. So yeah, but back to the starting position. So the knight on f2 was the last move. So the idea is to stop the pawn on that square. I think black should go forward, try to move the pawn as far as possible, because once again, black's idea is just to get rid of that pawn. And white should play here, but starting from this position, it's yeah, it's very difficult to analyze, and normally you don't get it in the chess game, so it's not so deeply analyzed. And yeah, but I can just show the idea why do we need that pawn, why the pawn is really like it's better for the side who plays with the pawns to have the opponent's pawn on the board, is that when you get the king to the corner, for example, yeah, like if we can somehow get to this position, yeah, so the king will just have 2 moves, then we can use this knight to help to checkmate. So basically, like let's say you have this position on the board, we can go here, yeah, the pawn moves, then check. The king has to go to the corner, and then we don't take the pawn, but we move another knight. And it's important that the pawn is on the board, because so that it can move, because otherwise it's just a stalemate. But if the pawn moves, then it's a checkmate. So it's like the main thing you should know about these endgames.
That was perfect. Thank you so much. This is great.
And welcome back, everyone. And we are with our second winner, our second quarterfinalist of the day. It is the amazing Grandmaster Bibisara Assaubayeva. Bibisara, congratulations. And how are you feeling like right now? I mean, maybe you can walk us through certain points in the match, because it looked like it was going to be quite close.
Hi, thank you for congratulations, and I think it was a good match for me, because I was a bit nervous before the starting, because I didn't play much lately online, and I'm happy how it was going, because in the first game I think I played terrible, and then I'm back in my shape and show not perfect but not bad chess.
What do you think was the turning point for you, and when did you start feeling more confident? Because then you were your trademark yourself, confident, playing aggressive chess and finding all the tactical opportunities very quickly, as you usually do. When did you feel during the match that you were in your flow?
I think after the third game, when I won my first game, yeah, because before I didn't play well and I have some problems, but okay, also it's fun because I remember how I played my first women's chess championship in 2020 or 21 during the pandemic, and I was the one who was the favorite, but I need to show my best, and I hope I will continue playing good.
Yeah. And you mentioned that your first foray into the WSCC was when you were 17. Your opponent is 17. Is she someone you know quite well? Did you have a specific game plan for this match?
No, I don't know her well because she's 17, and we played some games on the World Rapid and Blitz, and the game ended in a draw. But I don't have a lot of information, and I didn't prepare much because it's a Blitz. You can play whatever you want, and yeah, I just enjoyed. And I thought, okay, if I lost the match, I have some free time, but if I won, I will continue playing.
And speaking of continue, the two of you know each other very well. You have played against each other in very many time controls, both over the board and online. How do you see this quarterfinal match coming up, and what are your thoughts on facing Divya?
Nothing special. We are played many games, and we are from this same age. We played some youth championships a lot, many of them, and yeah, also we are played in candidates. We played in Norway. We will play in Karen's Cup. So yeah, just another games, one of the thousands.
One of the thousands. Well, it's nice that there's now a developing rivalry between the two of you. I have some questions from chat that I'd like to ask you. Time Travel RL asks, how do you warm up for speed chess? Do you have any preparation, or do you just dive straight in?
Before the match, I just solved some puzzles on Chess.com, and then I just start playing my first game, and I don't feel very confident because I don't play much lately, as I said before. But when I won my first game, I just say to myself, I need to enjoy playing fast, and this works.
And the other question from the chat by Margaret is actually related to what we saw earlier by your quarterfinals opponent, Divya. She's been listening to a really good playlist throughout the entire match and was singing along and dancing to the beats during the entire Blitz and Bullet portion of her match. So Margaret is curious if you yourself listen to music when you're playing online chess, and if you do, what's your playlist like?
Sorry, you mean to listen to music during the match?
Yes. Apparently, it's possible. Divya learned it today, and she was listening to music today. So now you know that you're allowed to. If you knew this, would you have listened to music today?
This, actually, yeah, I didn't know this. I'm not sure that I will try to do this, but who knows? Because when I play just random online games, I always listen to music, or sometimes I even watching some TV shows. But during the match, I thought it's not allowed, and yeah, I even didn't ask. So now I know. Yeah, maybe in the future I will do it too.
I would love to see if you play with music against Divya, and who will have the better playlist between the two of you.
Okay, maybe.
I would definitely like to just see you as well, also listening to music, playing chess, enjoying everything. But it certainly looked like you were enjoying yourself over the board. We were very impressed with the moves, with the whole quality of your play, and we're going to wish you the best of luck in your coming quarterfinal against Divya. Thank you very much, Bibisara, and congratulations once more. And, well, worthy champions in the end. We have Divya, Deshmukh, Bibisara, Assaubayeva, both of them imposing themselves with some fantastic scores. We had 14-1 early on and now 10.5, 3.5, which means one thing, that when it comes to a quarterfinal playoff, it's going to be epic.
It's going to be, I think, the match to watch for sure. I want to put it on my calendar, but we need to confirm first which day the ladies are available. Of course, with each match, the players' availabilities, everything needs to be figured out and coordinated, but that is going to be quite the quarterfinal battle between Divya, Deshmukh and Bibisara, Assaubayeva. And I cannot predict the winner. I think both of them are absolutely capable of winning the entire event, let alone advance to the next stage. But one of them will be saying goodbye to the event, and only one of them can make it to the semis.
Yes, and unfortunately, that is the nature of an elimination system. But we still have 2 more matches remaining in the round of 16. Take a look at the middle, because on Monday, we are going to have the mighty Polina Shuvalova facing off against Anastasia Avramidou. Both of these players are famous for their online chess skills and also speedsters in their own right. And the winner of that match will face off against Katerina Lagno, who was also in dominating form in her match. And finally, we have another match, which is Ho Yifan, who has been one of the bosses of this Women's Speed Chess Championship format. She'll be playing Germany's #1, Dinara Wagner. And on Monday, that action is going to be super intense. I can't wait to see what will happen. Anna, can I be cheeky and ask for some predictions?
Oof, this is a tough one. I'm just happy to see Ho Yifan playing, because obviously she is such an incredibly strong player, but she hasn't been very active in recent years. And to me, I think it's always special when Ho Yifan returns to the board. So without saying that I'm rooting for her, I'm just going to say it's always an honor to see an event where Ho Yifan participates, because she is just such a rock star. She's the only female player who ever has gotten anywhere close to Judith Polgar's achievements. Still, of course, no one can get to the level of the Queen of Chess herself, but Ho Yifan, as a child prodigy, she was the only one who was getting anywhere close to even having a chance to becoming a really strong overall player, not just among women, but in the overall standings. So I want to see Ho Yifan in action.
Yes, that is certainly something that I think we all want to see, and I completely echo your thoughts there, Anna. Wow, what a day it has been. We've seen Divya, Deshmukh. We also saw Bibisara, Assaubayeva breeze through into the quarterfinals. They're going to be playing each other next, but it has been an incredible day. It also has been full of energy, sunshine, and I gotta say, the heat has been there on and off the board. It might be summer outside, but it has been raging hot on the chessboard as our players there showing they are bringing all of the moves. Thank you very much, Anna, for all of your energy, your wisdom, your insights. It's such a pleasure doing commentary with you. And a big thank you to everyone at home for following along. It has been an adventure. It's been a wild ride, but we're glad that we have you with us. We'll be back on Monday when we decide our final quarter finalists. So don't miss it, and see you all on Monday. Goodbye.